So now why is any of this happening? Why is your once thriving civil society, the space where people found purpose, the space that enriched your life, now falling apart? Well, like most things, there is no one singular cause. But for the purposes of this video, I'll narrow the sources down to 3 categories. External decay and internal decay being the first 2, and isolation, alienation, and loneliness being the third. Starting with external decay, we'll focus on 3 points: the economy, immigration, and the government. Now this is by no means a definitive list, but we can find some pretty significant causes in these areas. So let's begin. Starting with the economic situation, there are reasons for people to be grim. Contrary to mainstream opinion that most of our current economic woes started after the 2008 recession, the more apt starting point would really be the turn of the century. One of the seeming paradoxes of the economic indicators between the years 2000 and 2016 has been the fact that while our country has continued to accumulate vast amounts of wealth, more so than ever before in history, per capita output has almost stagnated, with no signs of returning to historic growth patterns. And the employment to population ratio has been at the lowest it's ever been. Nicholas Eberstadt has taken a deeper look into this paradox of wealth, output, and employment. As he writes, between early 2000 and late 2016, the estimated net worth of American households and nonprofit institutions more than doubled, from 44 trillion to 90 trillion. In fact, the Great Recession barely even made a mark on wealth creation. But when you look at economic output, it took nearly 4 years for America's GDP to get back to 2007 levels. And even then, the recovery from the Great Recession has been one of the slowest and weakest ones we have ever seen. In late 2016, per capita output was just 4% higher than in late 2007, 9 years earlier. By this reckoning, the American economy looks to have suffered something close to a lost decade. And as it pertains to the historical trend since 1948, GDP growth has been slowing down ever since the turn of the century. From 1948 to 2000, the per capita growth rate was around 2.3%. But between late 2000 and late 2007, the per capita GDP growth averaged less than 1.5% per annum. So despite our insane creation of wealth, our output has been slowing down since the late 1940s. In fact, it's slowing down to such an extent that the Congressional Budget Office is still anticipating future growth to be slightly over or slightly under 2% through 2029. And as it pertains to our starting point of the year 2000, the adult work rate in this country has never recovered to its pre-2001 recession levels. But where these facts make their most impact is in their distribution. This is where much of the income inequality talk has been coming from, and the notion that America is currently experiencing its second Gilded Age. Between 2000 and 2016, per capita growth in America has averaged less than 1% a year. So while we've been generating more wealth than ever before, most people aren't necessarily seeing that in their pocketbooks. In fact, Nicholas Eberstadt estimates that if we maintained our post-war per capita growth rate, for the years 2000 to 2016, per capita GDP in America would be more than 20% higher than it is today. And when we look at other economic variables like absolute mobility and relative mobility, a more complicated picture arises. Starting with measures of absolute mobility, which looks at a person's standard of living in relation to previous generations, things aren't that terrible. According to the Pew Economic Mobility Project, 84% of all adult children exceed their parents' family income, and for those raised in the bottom quintile, 93% of them exceed their parents' income as adults, more than any other quintile. For those in the top fifth, 70% exceed their parents. So over time, living standards have improved for the vast majority of Americans, which should be rather obvious just by looking at the material possessions people have today compared to what was either not affordable or simply did not exist in generations prior. More on that later in the video. Now, absolute mobility rates vary wildly depending on where you look, especially as it pertains to what age they measure you at when determining how much better you are compared to your parents or previous generations. In fact, much of the measures on absolute mobility are still highly debated for their validity. But despite these specific high numbers, absolute mobility has been declining, and this issue seems to be more poignant when looking at numbers for relative mobility. Relative mobility measuring your economic condition in relation to the rest of the country. As Yuval Levin writes in The Fractured Republic, relative mobility has been remarkably stable and remarkably low for at least the past 5 decades in the United States. A child born to parents living in poverty at any point since the 1960s has had only about a 30% chance of ever making it into the middle class, and about a 5% chance of ending up in the highest fifth of income earners. Rags to riches stories, and even rags to comfort stories, are awfully rare, and this has not changed much in living memory. So for a while now, relative mobility has been rather weak, and seems to have an intergenerational fixture attached to it. This problem has not gotten markedly worse or better as inequality has grown, and it has not improved or worsened with rising or falling growth, tax rates, or spending levels. Neither party's economic prescriptions seem likely to change it much. Now, despite these seemingly grim statistics, the situation isn't completely terrible. Since the 1960s, more Americans have been moving up the economic ladder than ever before. In fact, one of the commonly cited factors that the middle class is shrinking is only true because more Americans are moving up. If you start with the fixed point on an income chart designated as the middle, and then the entire population starts making more money, then yeah, the middle class is shrinking because everyone is making more money. Since 1967, we have seen more Americans enter the upper middle income range with a concomitant decline in the amount of lower income households. According to Census Bureau statistics, 37.2% of households were making $35,000 or less in 1967, compared to 29.5% of households in 2017. Also in 1967, 9% of households were making $100,000 or more, while today, 29.2% of households make that amount. The general shift has been towards progress. And despite the protests from a certain segment of the population that believes that we need to bring back manufacturing so that we can start producing like we were in the 1950s, American manufacturing today has never been more productive. You know why? Robots. Most manufacturing jobs in America aren't going away simply due to their being outsourced. They're going away because of automation. Robots are just more efficient than people. Though it's not simply just robots. It's also wealth. Wealthier nations just don't want to manufacture things. Interests change, opportunities change, and nations generally move away from manufacturing as they accumulate more wealth. This is why we have more than doubled our manufacturing output since the 1980s, despite the fact that physical labor in manufacturing has declined. New technologies and automation will do this to your industrial sector. Now, this doesn't mean that a nation like China hasn't made an impact on the American labor force. As far as we know today, the rise of Chinese manufacturing has led to a loss of around 15 to 30% of the jobs in American manufacturing. And in hindsight, many observers seem to regret the extent to which trade with China was so lenient to the detriment of American workers. But it is also true that even before China became as big of a manufacturer as it is today, that the regions in America that were hit the hardest by international competition were already in decline, because the product cycle of industry was shifting elsewhere in the economy. As Donald Schneider writes, University of California Davis economist Catherine Erickson and co-authors define the product cycle as the process by which, in both the domestic and cross-country context, industry spawning in high-wage areas with larger pools of educated workers eventually move to lower-wage areas with less education as they age or become standardized. By tracing the evolution of the manufacturing sector by product and location within the United States back to 1910, the researchers found that the areas that were hardest hit by competition with China were also the ones that were most late stage in the production cycle, and therefore prone to competition and already in the process of phasing out. So has competition and imports from foreign countries hurt specific American industries? Yes, but by and large, bringing back these jobs will not result in some glorious American economic revival. In fact, you're more likely to negatively impact hundreds of other industries that now rely on the status quo of cheaper foreign goods in the established networks of a service economy, compared to the amount of jobs returned. Most of these manufacturing jobs are simply not going to come back, and the politicians who tell you they are selling you a bunch of garbage. The United States was the world's largest manufacturer from the late 1940s to the 1970s because the entirety of Europe was destroyed. They did not have industry. They did not have a manufacturing base. The United States basically had no competition on the global stage. The fact that we even had such a large industrial sector was purely out of historical circumstance. We had to produce all of the products not only for our continent, but for all of Europe. That's why we were so dominant in manufacturing and industry during the 1950s. And by the time Europe did start to develop these industries around the 1960s, they started competing. They wanted in on the market share, and that's exactly what they did. And you can only cut back so much on production costs and labor in order to maintain profits until you get to the point where you cannot sustain previous levels of employment in manufacturing. And after Europe got their industrial sector up, Japan did. And by this time, many of our factories began adapting to newer technologies in order to maintain a competitive edge. And this remodeling was able to maintain high rates of output with fewer laborers. And those factories that didn't remodel or could no longer compete had to shut down. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, in the mid-1950s, a little over 30% of the American workforce was in the industrial sector. Today, less than 10% are. A lot of people living in locations formerly known for their industrial sector need to come to terms with a painful reality. Your job is not coming back. No matter how charismatic that politician promising you the summum bonum is, he cannot get you your job back. The more you rely on demagogic politicians full of false promises, the more your economic prospects sink further and further behind, and the less likely you are to look for other opportunities in the marketplace or reorient your life in such a way so you can take advantage of those opportunities. We are a service economy today. We do not manufacture things with physical labor like we used to. Robots do that. Those who maintain that mass-scale physical laborers working in an industrial sector still forms the core of our economy are trying to justify nostalgic sentiments which are by all economic measures false. If you want higher wages, you need to have more productive skills, and all of those skills are centered in the service economy. And the trade-off that has replaced our former economic structure has been incredibly beneficial for the vast majority of American consumers. Being able to buy goods that are cheaply and easily manufactured for low prices and decent quality is good for everyone's standard of living. Similarly, you are not going to get some kind of economic revival by placing tariffs on every product coming in from trading partners. And I think as of the time I'm writing the script, it's safe to say that the trade war hasn't been faring well for many American companies, particularly for manufacturing and business investment. And so far, Moody's Analytics has estimated that Trump's tariffs have killed at least 300,000 jobs, with another 600,000 by the end of 2020 if the trade war continues on its current course. Moreover, manufacturing has been in recession for almost half a year now. As a chief investment officer at Bleakley Advisory Group told CNBC, we have now tariffed our way into a manufacturing recession in the US and globally. In fact, the places that the tariffs were intended to help the most have been some of the places hit the hardest. Wisconsin has lost about 2,500 manufacturing jobs since August of 2018, and Pennsylvania has lost 7,700. We have now spent more money bailing out American farmers who have been hurt by the trade war than Obama did during the controversial auto bailout of 2009. Remember when that was a big deal? And here's a list of 202 companies that have been hurt by the tariffs and have either laid off workers or have had to raise prices on American consumers in order to stay afloat. When a populist fervor tells you to ignore the basic principles of economics, this is the result. And if there's one thing you take away from this brief venture into tariffs, understand that China is not paying the tariffs. You are. The American consumer, American businesses. It is a tax on you, because by definition, that is how tariffs work. Okay, now returning to the misconception on the disappearance of manufacturing jobs, the same thing can largely be said about the coal industry. While I am not a fan of the government coming in and imposing regulations to preemptively kill an industry, the coal industry was already dying. Fracking and natural gas are a whole lot cheaper and a whole lot more efficient and cleaner than coal. What a lot of the talk of going back to the old ways are really all about is in one part a lack of understanding of how our modern economy and how a capitalist system functions, mixed in with a lot of economic populism and nostalgia. And nostalgia can blind you in favor of your prejudices while ignoring other realities. Granted, there is a lot in nostalgia that carries some truth. You don't feel nostalgia unless you think you've lost something meaningful. But more often than not, that nostalgia is used selectively. As political theorist Peter Lawler writes, all reputable social and political analysis deploys selective nostalgia. Most people alive in America today would not want to go back to 1950s America, especially not black people or gay people. Because aside from individual rights, in large part, they wouldn't want to go back purely because of the economic comforts they receive today. People don't really want to live in that time. They'll say they do, they'll feel nostalgic for it, but they wouldn't really. But here's the reality of our current economy. We live in a globalized world and in a relatively capitalist economy, and inherent to capitalism is a creative destruction that both innovates and destroys. And with the advent of 20th century marketing and the shift to a service-oriented economy, the arrangement between workers and consumers has been altered in such a way that your demands as a consumer outweigh your demands as a worker. As economic journalist Megan McArdle writes, the average American is at the heart of this story, as the victim and as the perpetrator. We suffer as employees because we exert influence as consumers. And as Yuval Levin writes, the greater consumer orientation of the US economy and the greater consumerism of the public at large are functions of the diffusion of American life that we have traced throughout the 20th century, and which at this point seems essentially irreversible. Its consequences for workers cannot be ignored, though they should also not be exaggerated, as they often are now. But solutions that involve undoing its causes through a return to mid-century economic arrangements, such as large-scale reunionization of the labor market or wholesale re-regulation of the private economy, are worse than implausible. Real solutions will need to be indigenous to our diffuse 21st century society. And contrary to many claims that trade deals like NAFTA or individual trade agreements with nations are what are really setting us back in the world, there is scant evidence that that is really the basis for much of our economic strife. And the problems that do come with free trade are far outweighed by the benefits received for tens of millions of Americans. As international trade attorney Scott Lincecum summarizes, the downsides of free trade cannot obscure either its fundamental morality or the proven pain and inefficacy of the lone alternative, protectionism. They also cannot change the fact that much of today's globalization is driven not by trade deals or other top-down policy choices, but by seismic technological shifts, such as the internet and shipping containers. Technology has been responsible for eliminating most low and middle skill manufacturing jobs in America, and it would eventually have consumed the others too. And this is all part of the problem with the way in which we talk about our current economic situation. Major figures on both sides of the political aisle seem to think that our current economic reality was either a direct outcome of intentional design or of an eminence grise, and that it can all be fixed if we use the power of the government in just the right way. This not only presents the problem of offering false promises and the consequent harsh reality of realizing that the government can't actually fix your life, but it also highly overestimates the competency and the capability of the government to even be able to do such things. It proffers a certain kind of epistemological view of the government and the people in government that just does not exist in real life. And by failing to understand the limitations of human knowledge and government competency, it overlooks the fact that much of our current economic woes are the result of things that no one could have predicted and that no one could have prevented, nor ought to have thought to themselves that they should have been prevented. And Donald Schneider makes this case extremely well in his recent essay on elites in the economy. The notion that every economic development is the intentional result of some elite agenda makes it impossible to think clearly about America's socio-political circumstances and to think creatively about solutions to the problems Americans face. The idea that these problems exist because someone with power wants them to exist is not sophisticated or worldly. It is naive. It has too low an opinion of what elites in our society want and too high an opinion of what they have the power to do. And it is eager to accept every dark assessment of socioeconomic conditions in America while rejecting any signs of progress or prosperity. And this is where a lot of the calls for seizing the wealth of the rich in order to redistribute it to people are just baffling to any sane economist. Scott Winship has a fantastic piece available from the Brookings Institution, which details just how little evidence there is that income inequality either causes immobility or is even the source of all the other economic problems we've been discussing in this segment. And as economist Ross Chetty notes in his papers from the Equality of Opportunity Project and the National Bureau of Economic Research, a lot of the problems having to do with economic mobility have more to do with where you live, what your family structure is like, and how much social capital you have. But even then, it's highly likely at this point that a lot of the literature on income inequality and the disparity between wages and productivity is the result of faulty methodologies and incomplete analyses. One of the common claims made today by many on the left is that the link between increased worker productivity and wage increases has broken down. That now, no matter how much more productive you are, your wage will likely not increase. The implication being that someone at the top does not want your wage to increase, and therefore income inequality is the most pressing issue of our time. This is the whole idea with the chart that Hillary Clinton presented during the 2016 elections. Productivity soars, wages plateau. But as Donald Schneider notes, this assertion has been challenged by a number of researchers, including analysts at the Congressional Budget Office in 2006, James Shirk in 2013 and 2016, Scott Winship in 2014, Robert Lawrence in 2015, and Anna Stansbury and Lawrence Summers in 2018. Those researchers conclude that, when measured properly, average pay and productivity either move together or at least in some way that is statistically indistinguishable from a one-to-one relationship over time. So what's going on here? Well, part of the problem is that they're using the Consumer Price Index to make this chart. For those who don't know, the Consumer Price Index is a number which takes into account all commonly purchased items in a country in order to measure how the standard of living has changed over time. And the way in which statisticians measure real income is by taking income and adjusting it to this Consumer Price Index. But one of the problems with the Consumer Price Index is that it almost always overstates inflation, especially for goods which are essentially considered fixed in the economy, and it never takes into account qualitative changes in those same goods. So take healthcare for instance, a commonly purchased good. Well, obviously the cost of healthcare has increased over time, but it is also obvious that the quality of healthcare has increased over time. The amount of technological advances in the field of medicine and the new services provided to you have been huge. So, of course, in some way, the cost of healthcare would increase over time, but you wouldn't really have an understanding of the change in the quality of that same defined category of healthcare because the Consumer Price Index ignores this aspect. Or take another example from Thomas Sowell's Basic Economics. The cars of 1950 were not the same cars of 2000. The older cars usually did not have air conditioning, seatbelts, anti-lock brakes, or many other features that have been added over the years. So when we try to measure how much the production of automobiles has increased in real terms, a mere count of how many such vehicles there were in both time periods misses a huge qualitative difference in what we are arbitrarily defining as being the same thing: cars. Housing has likewise changed qualitatively over time. The average American house at the end of the 20th century was much larger, had more bathrooms, and was far more likely to have air conditioning and other amenities than houses which existed in the United States in the middle of that century. Merely counting how many houses there were at both times does not tell us how much the production of housing had increased. Just between 1983 and 2000, the median square feet in a new single-family house in the United States increased from 1,565 to 2,076. Moreover, the Consumer Price Index fails to take into account the decreasing cost of goods from when they were first introduced. The first video cassette recorder cost $50,000 in the late 50s, and were only sold at luxury stores, not really something being commonly purchased by ordinary people. It wasn't until the mid-80s when they started to be sold for around $200 to $400 that they were included in the Consumer Price Index. But that's the thing. All of the preceding decades where the video cassette recorder's price steadily decreased isn't included as part of the Consumer Price Index's statistics, only when the product was first added onto the list, so there is an inherent inflationary bias. And aside from the qualitative differences in commonly purchased goods, the number and type of goods commonly produced in 1900 are way different from the number and type of goods produced in 2019. And this especially becomes a problem when you are measuring these changes over long periods of time. As Sowell writes, at the beginning of the 20th century, the national output of the United States did not include any airplanes, television sets, computers, or nuclear power plants. At the end of that century, American national output no longer included typewriters, slide rules, once essential for engineers before there were pocket calculators, or a host of equipment and supplies once widely used in connection with horses that formerly provided the basic transportation of many societies around the world. At some point, you really start comparing apples and oranges. But this is almost always why the Consumer Price Index has an inflationary bias, which usually accounts for a little over a 1% difference. But you'd be mistaken to think that a 1% bias is just some trivial distinction. As Sowell notes, a difference of 1 percentage point per year, compounded over a period of 25 years, means that in the end, the average American income per person is underestimated by almost $9,000 a year. In other words, at the end of a quarter century, an American family of 3 has a real income of more than $25,000 a year higher than the official statistics on real wages would indicate. So this is the first problem with this chart. The second problem, that Donald Schneider notes, is that it also uses the Consumer Price Index for wages instead of an output price index. Especially since everyone using this chart purports that people are not being paid more for increasing their productivity, and the Consumer Price Index is a measure of consumption. Finally, it includes the output of the self-employed in productivity, but excludes their compensation from the pay series. So this is like just a really horrible chart. And as Donald Schneider goes on to note, after adjusting for all of the aforementioned factors, and as the previous researchers also showed, real average hourly compensation in the non-farm business sector actually grew 81% from 1973 to 2017, just a touch below productivity, which grew 83%. In fact, the two series increased in lockstep all the way back to 1948, growing 237% and 234%, respectively, over the whole time period. On average, at least, the market still connects ability to earn with ability to produce. But here's the thing. While wages have in fact increased since the 1970s, and isn't the apocalyptic story of stagnation we so often hear about, there's still something else going on here, and particularly with regards to productivity. And this is where it really seems like much of our economic problems come from, and turns out to be much more a result of the changing nature of the economy and the way in which firms operate. As our country has shifted over toward a more service-oriented and specialized economy, those who offer the most productive capacity for their line of work are very often those same people who have some sort of college degree or are some other highly skilled worker. And these high-skilled, highly educated workers also tend to receive the bulk of the benefit from technological advances, which only boost their productivity. Meanwhile, lower-skilled workers haven't really seen that much of a productivity boost from technological advances. And this is particularly true for a job like a cashier, trucker, a clerk, or a barber. I mean, there's only so much that technology can do to make your job as a cashier more productive. And even in the case of a cashier, technology can basically do that job now. And in the next few decades, some sort of computer software will very likely be driving our trucks. There's just not a lot that technology can do to make these lines of work more productive. Whereas technology has helped those with higher skill sets become even more productive and thereby earn better wages. Moreover, as our economy has become more globalized and competes on the international stage, firms have had to become bigger in order to accommodate the changing nature of competition. This means that most large firms will be hiring higher skilled or college-educated workers, and those who have lower or middle-tier skill sets might not even be considered for work in such firms. As Donald Schneider writes, MIT's John Van Reenen argues that globalization and technology, such as the internet, which facilitates price and product comparisons and increases choice, have enabled consumers to be more sensitive to price and quality. These changes in consumer behavior have given rise to a winner-take-most style of competition, whereby slight advantages in price or quality can lead to large changes in market share for businesses. As a result of this phenomenon, David Autor, also of MIT, and co-authors find rising firm concentration, particularly since the mid-1990s, in which industries have become increasingly dominated by a handful of large superstars, high productivity and high profit firms. The study also finds that the industries that have seen the largest increases in concentration are also the most innovative, measured by patenting intensity, and productive. This suggests that rising concentration results from more intense competition and superior productivity among the top firms, rather than anti-competitive practices. So if this is our new work environment, it would seem to make sense that those with higher skill sets are getting the best work in firms that are becoming more centralized with such higher skilled workers, in order to compete on the international stage with other highly skilled and productive industries. The effect of this, as Schneider writes, is that the median worker's productivity has been growing more slowly than the average worker's productivity. So the real problem here might actually be an inequality of productivity, not income inequality, or some other malicious attempts by the mysterious elites to rig the system against the common man. In other words, not only are highly paid workers increasingly likely to be found at high-wage firms, but those same firms are now less likely to employ low-wage workers. So companies are paying their workers in relation to their productive capacities. The problem today is that certain lines of work just don't have the means of being any more productive than they already are, and that the advances of technology isn't really doing much to make them more productive and thus raise their wages. This makes the real issue we should be tackling one of, how do you make lower skilled workers more productive in their current lines of work? Or, how do you make higher skilled jobs more accessible to those of lower skill? And not some banal platitude of eat the rich. As Matt Yglesias writes, highly productive workers are generally productive due to some combination of rare and valuable skills and access to useful technology. Figuring out how to get lower class Americans valuable skills should be one of the primary focuses of our economic debate. And that can take on all sorts of forms. One that has been frequently talked about is apprenticeships. If you don't have the means of going to college, or maybe you don't want to go to college, maybe we can figure out a way of setting up an apprenticeship system in higher skilled industries so we can get these lower skilled workers the human capital they need to make a decent living. Other things can include tax incentives for business investment in new technologies, or other pro-growth related incentives. There is a lot of potential out there for new solutions and trade-offs, and the more the public debate is focused on income inequality and the supposed improbity of rich people, the more parochial our vision becomes. Moreover, and probably most important, a majority of Americans don't actually care about income inequality. In a recent Gallup poll, they found that only 1% of Americans actually prioritize the gap between rich and poor in their lives. This is largely an intellectual class concern. So you guys should really be directing your attention elsewhere. But aside from the left and their mantra of income inequality, there's also now a burgeoning group on the right that has their own ideas about what ails us. And they've taken a particularly antagonistic stance toward capitalism itself, with many like Tucker Carlson favoring some sort of American industrial policy and finding inroads with figures like Elizabeth Warren, where he praised her economic policies as being patriotic and making obvious sense, which has been a really interesting development coming from formerly market-oriented conservatives. But on this side of the aisle, we commonly get the case that the situation for working class Americans is horrible, that as good manufacturing jobs have closed down, families have disintegrated and communities dissolved. Wages have declined or even reversed, and in many cases, community life has been replaced by some form of opiate. And while the description of broken families, communities, and joblessness has some truth to it, it also has the downside of being attributed to the intentional results of elites who just don't care about middle Americans, which again constrains any sort of reasonable political outlook. Moreover, it overstates in some aspects the plight of working class Americans. While gains in wages haven't been anything to call home about, they haven't totally declined either. As Schneider writes, between 1973 and 2018, hourly wages have grown anywhere between 7% and 13% for any given decile of the bottom 50% of male earners. Even an unimpressive increase is not a decline, and with no decline, it is much more difficult to make a causal argument about changing living standards driving changes in social patterns. Moreover, as it pertains to the extent of the joblessness in these areas, as we already discussed in part 1, the number of men who just simply refuse to work has been a growing share of the population since the 1950s, since a time period before any of the decline in American manufacturing started becoming more conspicuous in the 1970s. Or as Donald Schneider writes, prime age male labor force participation today sits exactly at what the 1950 to 2000 linear trend would predict. In other words, this is a long-running secular trend and not some new phenomenon. More important, as Winship has noted, 3/4 of the decline in prime age male labor force participation has involved men who say that they do not want a job. This, coupled with the fact that wages are higher, suggests that the predominant factor in the reduction in the fraction of prime age men working is that the willingness to supply labor has declined, not that employers have reduced their overall demand for male workers, which would be more consistent with declining wages. This reduction in the supply of labor could have arisen from both benign sources, such as changes in female employment and child-rearing responsibilities, and harmful sources, such as the increase in disability claims and the extent to which the safety net may discourage work. Regardless of the availability of jobs out there is simply a general decline in the level of industriousness in America. A certain group of men out there just don't want to work. They do not want to supply their labor. Or if they do want to supply their labor, they want to supply it for an industry that increasingly makes up less and less of the American workforce. Again, we are a service economy, and those service-oriented jobs, like in transportation, health, recreation, food, custodial work, or simple laborer positions, pay more today than they did back then. While they might not offer the same amount of social prestige that manufacturing work once did, which I personally think is unfortunate and which we'll talk more about later on, that's where the jobs are, and many of these men just don't want to do them. But most importantly, as Schneider concludes, and as relates to what many on the right point to as being the source of the woes of working class America, crucially, the shift in the composition of labor demand cannot really be attributed to policymaker negligence or some elite engineered plot. In the case of technology, for example, the advent of office computing software effectively obviated the need for prior levels of mid-skill secretarial and clerical employment. Structural and long-running global forces have resulted in an economic landscape in which non-college educated workers, who used to occupy decently productive and well-paying medium-skilled jobs, no longer have the same degree of access to either these jobs or an alternative that affords them the same relative earnings position in society. However, this does not necessarily imply an overall decline in pay over time, nor a decoupling between what a worker produces and what he earns. Instead, it suggests that there is an increased prevalence of relatively low productivity jobs that do not yield pay gains as rapidly over time as higher productivity jobs. This is consistent with the economy's decades-long shift from goods production to service provision, the latter of which is not as conducive to rapid productivity gains because it isn't capital intensive. The mysterious, conniving class of globalists did not cause this on you. The deep state did not orchestrate this. People are not that smart, nor evil. Actually, you know who runs DC? A bunch of 20-year-olds. All there is on Capitol Hill are young staffers, interns, and other grasshoppers. And even then, it's not as though they know what the hell they're doing all the time. Same goes for most congressmen. Most people have no idea what the hell they are doing and are very incompetent, just like the rest of us. DC is not House of Cards. People in DC wish they were competent enough to be like House of Cards. This is why any serious person working on the Hill describes the atmosphere there as being more like Veep than anything else. And the more we think some evil, mysterious force is causing these problems on us, the less capable we are of focusing policy debate toward things that can actually attempt to help people. But anyway, as it pertains to the current policy debate, there is plenty of wrong-headedness on both sides of the political aisle and their economic prescriptions. Oh, and as a side note, no, I am not a freaking political centrist. I don't even know what that means. So this is the state of our modern economy, both the good and the bad, as well as a rundown of the dynamic between Americans both as consumers and workers, and hopefully an injection of nuance for you. But again, none of this means that there isn't anything we can do about it. In fact, what should really be the focus of our economic debate isn't who to tariff or what industrial policy to follow, or who to point our finger at and blame, or to fantasize about what the super secret elites do at their cocktail parties. Focusing on mobility is the most important thing that economic policy should be centered on, emphasizing the necessary steps for giving Americans the greatest leg up in our 21st century economy. As Yuval Levin writes, mobility offers a better way to think about what is threatened in our time. An emphasis on inequality can be divisive, whereas an emphasis on mobility for those at the bottom could be a broadly unifying goal for economic policy. And aside from the more policy-oriented solutions, where the focus on certain economic issues could be better shifted over to today, and where the source of much of these issues largely come from, is in civil society. And a lot of this gets tied in with the previously mentioned statistics, starting with the disintegration of the family. Without a properly formed or functional family, your chances at success in life are very dim, especially among lower-income Americans, who need this foundation if they're expected to enjoy a higher standard of living and move up in life. As Yuval Levin writes, marriage rates are now significantly higher among college-educated Americans than among those without a college degree. And increasingly, Americans are self-sorting according to education and income. So that, for example, US Census Bureau data showed that 71% of college graduates who got married in 2011 married another college graduate. The educated and the non-educated have become bifurcated into two different spheres of life, with those at the bottom being left out or having the core of their marriage severed due to interpersonal dysfunction. Couples without college degrees who were married in the early 2000s had divorce rates roughly 50% higher by 2014 than their counterparts with college degrees. And similar trends are evident in family formation statistics more broadly. The most notable example may be out-of-wedlock childbearing. Between 2006 and 2010, 68% of women without a high school degree who gave birth were not married. 41% of women with a high school degree but no college degree who gave birth were unmarried, while only 6% of women with college degrees who gave birth were unmarried. And one of the things that usually comes with the bourgeois culture of marriage is a stigma placed on out-of-wedlock births and single motherhood. In most lower-class communities, many of these stigmas have essentially disappeared, while they still remain in slightly higher income groups, though not by much. And this is because most stigmas on lifestyle choices are becoming more and more anachronistic in our society. You're just not supposed to say that one lifestyle choice is better than another. Everything is great. You do what feels good to you. Cohabitation is just as fine as marriage. But one of the things that can help prevent such an abundance of out-of-wedlock births and their concomitant economic and social problems is a social stigma placed on them. Now, that doesn't mean that those who are single parents are inherently bad people, nor that they aren't deserving of help. Of course they deserve support and help. But if you are to prevent further social and economic disasters that come with young people feeling like it's okay to promulgate such a lifestyle, stigmas are good for that. In fact, forget just plain lifestyle choices. In today's society, for some reason, it's become taboo to even talk about the role of families, or what parenting itself should entail. I mean, in 2017, when Bill Gates announced that despite his efforts at throwing billions of dollars in education improvements, schools are still falling short on the key metrics of a quality education, not once at all in his 3,000-word essay does he ever mention the word parent or family, which is quite possibly one of the most important parts of a child's education, and most teachers will probably tell you the same. It doesn't matter how much new technology you give a kid in school, if a student's family life is poorly suited to promoting their education, he's just going to have a hard time improving. As economist Ross Chetty has found, the most significant factor which affects the quality of your life and almost all of your future prospects is stable neighborhood families. And as Tim Carney explains, the best way to predict whether a child might end up better off than his parents is to look at his neighborhood and ask if most of the kids in his neighborhood were raised by single mothers or by two parents. In the communities with intact families, the American dream was alive and well. In the communities where the single mom was the norm, economic mobility was absent. There are serious consequences involved in the decline of the attitude surrounding marriage and family formation, and the rhetoric surrounding such institutions has disintegrated to irrelevance for many Americans. But the other issue that primarily affects low-income Americans is their level of religiosity. Again, having a local church in your town and having a significant portion of the population in your town regularly attending church is a vital source of social capital and community cohesion, and this generally no longer exists for many low-income Americans. As was already mentioned, church attendance has declined twice as fast among Americans with no more than a high school diploma as among those with a college degree in recent decades. For lower income and lower class Americans who want a chance to get ahead in life, these are vital social institutions to have in your communities. The connections that are made in these places and the value it gives to people's lives is crucial for developing social networks and providing a sense of meaning. But aside from just the availability of work, there is now an incredible stigma placed on jobs that are being deemed more and more for a lower quality of person. From garbage pickup workers, to septic tank removal services, to baristas and grocery baggers, to truckers and other transportation workers. It really says something about a culture that treats people working in these types of jobs as somehow being beneath them, that they don't deserve respect and should be considered an embarrassment to everyone they know. This type of stigmatizing of good and honest work is becoming a really obnoxious tendency in our culture. But it's also true that, more and more now, particularly men, are simply not working. Or if they are working, they're not getting any sense of self-actualization out of their work, which is one of the more important parts of your identity. And Charles Murray gives a pretty good rundown of this with regards to work and welfare. A man who is holding down a menial job and thereby supporting a wife and children is doing something authentically important with his life. He should take deep satisfaction from that, and be praised by his community for doing so. If that same man lives under a system that says that the children of the woman he sleeps with will be taken care of whether or not he contributes, then that status goes away. I am not describing a theoretical outcome, but American neighborhoods where, once, Working at a menial job to provide for his family made a man proud and gave him status in his community, and where now it doesn't. Taking the trouble out of life strips people of major ways in which human beings look back on their lives and say, I made a difference. And with all this disintegration seen in social institutions and cultural norms, comes a disintegration of communities, which makes certain economic realities even worse and more immediate, especially as it pertains to lower class Americans in hollowed out towns. As Brink Lindsay wrote in an article called The End of the Working Class, we see, more precisely, social disintegration, the progressive unraveling of the human connections that give life structure and meaning, declining attachment to work, declining participation in community life, declining rates of marriage and two-parent child rearing. This is a genuine crisis, but its roots are spiritual, not material deprivation. Now, some people might also be saying, well, of course these broken communities have fewer institutions of civil society. Their major source of community left when the factory shut down. And if you have no work, then of course you're not going to be married. The implication being that if you introduce an abundance of jobs into an area, that will bring back the community and marriage along with it. Well, that's not necessarily true. Again, looking at Tim Carney's excellent book, he takes us to the burgeoning fracking town in Williston, North Dakota. The fracking industry is absolutely taking off in that town, and there are hundreds of men there making really good money and enjoying themselves in their work. But as Carney noted from researchers Melissa Kearney and Riley Wilson, in response to local area fracking production, both marital and non-marital births increase, and there is no evidence of an increase in marriage rates. Not only that, the town was essentially functioning as a large college dorm for the workers, who would constantly go out on the town, drink at the bar, have some fun, and then return back to their homes. As Carney reported from his time in the town, this was no community. And the researchers concluded, we find no evidence to support the proposition that as economic prospects of less educated men improve, couples are more likely to marry before having children. So this was the situation that Carney was working with in alienated America. When factories die, marriage does too. When good paying jobs pop up though, marriage does not necessarily come back. Married men make more money, but making more money doesn't get you married. Bad economics can help kill a community, but good economics cannot, alone, rebuild one. And if you're not building community, you're not getting close to fixing what ails us. But what this town provided us with was an excellent examination of a commonly held theory. Williston created something of a natural experiment, isolating the two variables, money and community, that often go together. It turns out that if you remove the community, the money doesn't bring back the family formation. Community strength and social capital are the roots of the good life. And this is a very similar idea of community that the essayist and poet Wendell Berry had. As Patrick Deneen explains Berry's conception of community, properly conceived, community is the appropriate setting for flourishing human life, flourishing that requires culture, discipline, constraint, and forms. At the most fundamental level, in an echo of Aristotle, if an unconscious one, community is both derived from and in turn makes possible healthy family life. Absent the supports of communal life, family life is hard-pressed to flourish. And one of the more poignant examples where you can see just how quickly a community deteriorates is in Charles Murray's Coming Apart, where he shows just how quickly the effects of family and community disintegration took hold in a white working class town in northeastern Philadelphia called Fishtown. The town had always been rather low income, and has likely been around since the Revolutionary period, but that never really made much of an impact on the social virtues it had. Generally, most people were married. Most people had certain social stigmas for those living outside of marriages. Very few were divorced, and a majority were happy in their marriages. Most of the town was also very industrious and knew the importance of work, and the majority were very religious people who attended church regularly. But by the latter half of the 20th century, almost all of this turned around. And I think just on the basis of crime and levels of honesty, you can see how much of an impact this turnaround was on its residents. As Murray writes, one of the pluses of living in a tight-knit working-class neighborhood was a high level of honesty within the community. If somebody stepped out of line, people weren't necessarily going to wait for the cops. It used to be your car getting broken into was the only real crime, but everybody knew who did it, Camilano recalls. It was usually the huffers, glue sniffers, so you went to where they hung out, bashed some heads, and found out who did it easy enough. Even Fishtown's gangs helped maintain law and order, sort of, Milano said. Most gangs were kind of like vigilantes, beat the crap out of thieves, dopeheads, etc. That kind of community cohesion had badly deteriorated by 2002. The changes in family structure meant that there were larger numbers of teenagers on the street, and no one keeping track of where they were, and that had consequences. Marie, who lived near Pop's playground, well known as someone who tried to intervene in the time-honored ways, talked about the limits she now had to put on herself. It's just hopeless. There's a handful of kids across the street, I sit there and I see them do these things, and yes, I jump on them for certain things that I can, if they're being destructive to property or something like that. Yeah, I can. But if they're sitting there and smoking weed or drinking booze, and I know they're only 14 or 15 years old, there's nothing I can do about that. Nothing. These parents know they're not home, but they don't care. So why should I go out and put an effort into it when I'm only going to get retaliation on my home, my vehicle, or my family? I'm not. There's only so far I'm going to go. Another resident who worked for the town's parks department had another telling story on the sheer level of destructiveness that seeped its way into the town. I don't understand the destroying that goes on. Kids destroying areas that are for their benefit. I don't understand it. For instance, tearing up the matting, breaking into the playground, destroyed the bathroom earlier in the year, the drinking. Hey, people have drank in this playground for decades, but they never broke bottles, or they always made sure everything was thrown in the trash can. This is the kind of moral disintegration that follows when your family structure and mediating institutions start to fall apart, when your communal sense of purpose and meaning deteriorates. Several Kensington residents commented on a change in parenting that they thought contributed to the rise in crime among teenagers. It wasn't just that the parents weren't home, it used to be that the parents didn't have to be home. If a neighbor saw a child misbehaving, it was considered appropriate for the neighbor to intervene. The parents would be grateful when they found out, and they would take the word of the neighbor if the child protested his innocence. Unmarried and divorced parents tend not to behave that way, Smallacombe, a researcher in Fishtown, was told. Instead, they try to be the good guy with their children. Here is Marie again. Then you hear why the discipline was only minimal. Well, you know, I talked to them and they said this, that, and the other, and I figure maybe he's right. And I'm like, well, no, you had the facts, you knew the facts, and now you're just trying to make yourself look like you're in the right. You want to be the cool parent, the friend parent, the great parent that the kid does whatever he wants, however he wants. Another resident made this comment. We had a neighbor whom we called Not My Son Sue, because everything is not my kid. Somebody actually watched her son throw a baseball bat through a car window and she stood there and said, not my son. 25 witnesses, including a policeman, and not my son. You have a lot of that. It's almost like this scene from The Simpsons, but for real.
Hello?
Your son was trespassing on my property and destroyed a very valuable stone gargoyle and... Are you wearing a grocery bag?
I have misplaced my pants.
I'm not going to press charges, but I assume you'll want to punish him.
Yeah, appreciate the suggestion, lady, but he hates that, and I gotta live with him.
You're the man, Homer.
Add on to this the decline in religiosity, a decline in industriousness and work, a dependency on welfare, a decline in formal and informal social institutions in the town, and things start to come apart. Another resident made this comment. From the end of the table, Bonnie added her 2 cents with a story about what she called a white trash family living next door to her mother's house in the parish neighborhood. Bonnie vividly depicted a disturbing scene of underfed children in dirty diapers running around the house with no adult supervision. Bonnie related this story with disgust and horror. I had never seen her become emotional about any such situation in the neighborhood before. She is far from shy about relating bad news and tales of delinquency and degeneration among white residents they all knew. This was personal though. Everyone at the table fell silent. I think to look at the issues that people are facing in our country as being purely a problem of economics is way too narrow a perspective. This is essentially monocausal reasoning, the idea of reducing complex problems to just one simple cause. This is the feature of academia and media rhetoric that guys like Friedrich Hayek and Thomas Sowell have been railing on for almost their entire careers. It's what you often hear about the problems of third world countries. Any criticism of anything a third world country does is explained away as, well, that's just the effects of colonialism. What? And that's it? Or nowadays, with the more economically populist right, everything sucks because of globalization. What? That's it? I mean, we know there is a lot more stuff going on in these two realms than just a single cause. Almost all human social phenomenon is highly complex stuff with innumerable different variables. This is why I am not a fan of many arguments that try to explain our current situation as purely an economic one, especially as it pertains to those communities that are falling behind. Yes, economics has an impact on the disintegration of families, but there is far more impact from the condition of the surrounding culture and community you live in, or the status of families, associational life, religion, and work that can determine the severity of your situation, or more importantly, how people think about their situations. If you're living in a tightly knit neighborhood where everyone knows each other and gets together every weekend to have a bonfire, it's probably not going to be the end of the world for you if you lose your job. Hey Steve, how you doing? Well, I just lost my job today. What? That's terrible! Hey, let me ask around some friends I have in town to see if they can get you anything. I think one of my friends said he has a position opening up soon. Really? Yeah, don't you worry about it, Steve. We'll get you covered. Well, thanks. Hey, no problem. Don't you worry. And you'll still be at church Sunday, right? Oh yeah, I will. Alright, wonderful. And let me know if you need any help. And compare this to someone who has nothing. Having social connections makes a difference. Being in a community where people depend on you, want you to be there, and where you simply have good relationships makes a difference, especially when hard times hit economically. Having certain moral convictions, behavioral convictions, makes a difference. And once again, Tim Carney has done an excellent job at showcasing this. And with regards to the 2016 election, Carney presents an extraordinary case on what specific social traits are missing from some of Donald Trump's key sources of political support: institutions of civil society. In fact, what he also found was that those towns that had the strongest institutions of civil society also correlated in being the least likely to support Trump's presidency during the 2016 primaries, even in towns that were overwhelmingly Republican. But to start, he looked at both the village of Chevy Chase in DC and the small Wisconsin town of Oostburg. Starting with Chevy Chase, Tim Carney notes all of the town amenities that the village of only 2,000 people have put together for themselves. The town's committee of volunteers regularly holds parties for the entire village. In fact, they have numerous volunteer associations in the town, from a community relations committee, an ethics commission, a financial review committee, a public safety committee, a traffic committee, a local advisory panel to the Historic Preservation Commission, a Western Grove Park Friends group, an environment and energy committee, a parks and green spaces committee, a seniors committee, a garden club, and many others, each with their own handful of volunteers. This town is about as connected as it gets. It seems like almost everyone knows each other. Now, if you know anything about Chevy Chase, you know that it obviously leans more liberal. 98% of campaign donations from the town went to Clinton, and in the general election, she would beat Trump by 56 points. But when you look at the Republican performance in the primaries, there's a bit of a different story. In 2012, the margin between Obama and Mitt Romney was much smaller than the margins between Hillary and Trump. As Carney notes, there is something about Chevy Chase that makes it like Trump so much less than it likes Romney. And in the 2016 Republican primaries, John Kasich won the town among its Republicans, with 64% of the vote, with Trump scoring only 16%. Now, yes, Chevy Chase is also probably one of the wealthiest and most educated towns in the entire country, the mean household income coming close to $420,000. But the type of community network they have isn't just restricted to the super wealthy or the highly educated. So now we move over to a different type of town that Carney looked at, Oostburg. The median home in Oostburg is about $148,000, and the average household earns about $58,000, slightly above the national average. But there's also something else that helps keep this town together. As Carney writes, that slight advantage in household income has a clear and salient demographic explanation. About 2/3 of Oostburg is comprised of married couples, which is a much denser community of married couples than the national average, which is a little less than 50%. In other words, as Carney writes, Oostburg's wealth is literally its family strength. And if you ask Oostburgers, they'll say their family strength is really community strength. And along with their strong base of families, they have at least 4 Reformed churches in the village. The town is highly involved in their public schools and the extracurricular events that spring out of their schools. And they have Judy's Place, a small, family-owned diner where dozens of families go to enjoy a meal and catch up with their neighbors and the happenings around town. Oostburg is also considered one of the most conservative towns in Wisconsin. But, as Carney notes, just as in Chevy Chase, Oostburg's Republicans had no use for Donald Trump in the primary election. Trump, who dominated most of Wisconsin's rural areas, scored only 15% in the Republican primary in this village. That's a familiar percentage. It's only 1 point off from his total in Chevy Chase. If it's not clear, there seems to be something about communities that have strong foundations of mediating institutions and their rejection of Donald Trump's message. And what was that message?
Sadly, the American dream is dead. I honestly believe that the American dream is dead. You know, I oftentimes say, the American dream is dead. The American dream is dead. The American dream is dead, but I'm going to make it bigger and stronger and better than ever before, right? Right?
Once again, if the American dream really is about the communities we live in and the meaning derived from being a part of a strong community, then what does that say about these towns? In fact, when you look at the most conservative places across the country during the 2016 primaries, you get the same picture. In Utah, the most religious state in the country and the most family and community oriented, Donald Trump didn't even get 50% of the vote in the general election. And in the primaries, he only got 14%. almost the same percentage he received in both Oostburg and Chevy Chase. And according to Tim Carney, no state has as much economic mobility, the ability to earn more than your parents, as Utah. The American dream is alive and well there. Listen guys, Mormons make for good neighbors. And as Carney summarizes, here's the common thread between the Oostburgs and the Chevy Chases, and among analogs around the country. Both villages have strong institutions of civil society, local governments, churches, country clubs, garden clubs, good public schools, and, in Oostburg's case, Judy's Place. Those community institutions constitute the infrastructure that is necessary to support families, and the institutions in turn are supported by families. Strong families are the precondition for the good life, and for mobility, the dream, grounded in realistic hope that no matter your starting point, you can succeed and your children can do even better. Now these are just the places where anti-Trump sentiments were common, but when you look at the places where Trump had the largest base of support during the primaries, you get a very different picture on almost all social measurements. As Emma Green noted in her Atlantic article, The Death of Community, white working class Americans of all ages were much less likely than their college-educated peers to participate in sports teams, book clubs, or neighborhood associations. 55% versus 31% said they seldom or never participated in those kinds of activities. Moreover, this also seems to have more of a racial component, where the religious nones, people who don't identify with any religion, are much more likely to be found among white Americans. As Dan Cox of the Public Religion Research Institute notes, overall, white Americans are significantly more likely to be disconnected from religion than non-white Americans. They are 2.5 times more likely to say that they seldom or never attend religious services, and nearly twice, 1.7 times, as likely to identify as religiously unaffiliated. And many of these people come straight out of Trump country. People who are working class, without college degrees, and come out of places like Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. As Emma Green quotes in her article, "They're going to be missing one of the major pipelines toward voting and civic participation," said Robbie Jones, the CEO of the Public Religion Research Institute, in an interview. Churches have served, for most of the nation's life, as pipelines to all kinds of civic engagement, and not just because they hand out voter registration cards or have them in the lobby. We actually see a link between all kinds of civic activity and church activity. And as it pertained to the audience that supported Ted Cruz from an April 2016 Pew survey, Cruz had a 16-point lead among white evangelical voters who attended church weekly, while Trump was leading 19% among those who didn't. And among the civically disengaged, Trump led 50 to 24. As Carney writes, Trump's best large county in the Iowa caucuses, Pottawatomie, had the weakest civil society, churches, neighborhood groups, volunteering, voting, of any large county in Iowa, and is known instead for its neon-lighted casinos erected to bring in out-of-state gamblers. His best small county is notable mostly for church closures and the shuttering of its largest employer in early 2016. It also ranks at the bottom of the state in widely used measures of civil society. His other best places in those early primaries, places like Buchanan County, Virginia, and Fayette County, Pennsylvania, looked similarly vacant. And as we'll explore later on in this video, when people do not have sufficient and plentiful sources of meaning in their lives, they will find that meaning in the government. But one of the more notable features of some of the counties in Trump country, and one that really hits home what some of his voters had in mind when choosing him, is when you look at mortality rates. In 2015, economists Ann Case and Angus Deaton published a paper in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, where one of their key takeaways was that there has been a marked increase in the all-cause mortality of middle-aged white non-Hispanic men and women in the United States between 1999 and 2013. And the main source for this increase, as Carney notes from researcher Shannon Monnett, was largely accounted for by increasing death rates from drug and alcohol poisonings, suicide, and chronic liver diseases and cirrhosis. In other words, more white men were drinking themselves to death, overdosing, and killing themselves. And according to a DEA report in late 2015, more Americans died from drug overdoses, largely but not wholly opioid abuse, than from either traffic fatalities or guns. Something has gone horribly wrong in these communities. Hell, you can't even call these communities. These are vacuous places. And again, this is not solely an issue of jobs leaving a specific location. Another prime example that exemplifies just how important having institutions of civil society in your town is Pittsburgh. One of the most common narratives about Pittsburgh is that when manufacturing left, the entire city collapsed. And while it is true that the city was highly dependent on its industrial sector, I mean, Pittsburgh Steelers, come on, that's not totally true. Most of the steel industry had left Pittsburgh by the late 80s. And despite Trump's bid to represent blue-collar Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh at the core still didn't vote for Trump. 75% of the city voted for Hillary. One of the reasons why the steel industry leaving Pittsburgh didn't completely tank the city was simply because of its size. Pittsburgh is a massive city and has a long history in America. And what came with this, particularly in Pittsburgh, was more associational life. Or as Tim Carney notes, this is the core of the rural versus urban divide. Cities are planted far thicker with institutions of civil society, and so when a few disappear and the money runs lower, they are more able to maintain community. This is why it was more likely for the towns on the outskirts of Pittsburgh, but within Allegheny County, to vote for Trump. The parts of Pennsylvania that are lacking in these institutions. Pittsburgh at the core is not dependent on steel anymore, and its economy has actually been doing very well. Pittsburgh's economy in 2017 was coming out of a decade of growth. The per capita domestic product had jumped 18.1% from 2006 to 2016. The US economy had increased only 4.4% over that same period. As a result, Pittsburgh went from a per capita GDP that was far below the nation as a whole to one that was larger in 2016. It was precisely because the city had such an abundance of institutions and associations that it was able to make the economic shift over to other activities. But as it pertains to this particular section of the video, there is a reason why certain segments of America were attracted to the message coming from Donald Trump that the American dream is dead. If the American dream is truly being able to live in stable and meaningful communities with numerous civic associations and a sense of togetherness, a sense of place and localism, then the shift of many of these lower class and economically strained individuals over to Donald Trump and the community of the national government is no surprise. In fact, I think most Americans should take the concerns these people have much more seriously than they currently are, or at the very least, tone down the derision. But the rejection of Donald Trump, from those very places in this country where tight-knit communities do exist and are meaningful to its inhabitants, should also be no surprise. People enmeshed in strong communities rejected Trump in the early primaries, while people alienated, abandoned, lacking social ties and community rushed to him immediately. People need social bonds. These are the bonds that help get people through rough patches. There is some truth to the statement that it takes a village to raise a child. Our economic situation has certainly had an impact on this, but what underlies economic realities, and what has always underlined economic realities, have been strong social bonds and community, the institutions of civil society. People in the most sparsely populated and economically disadvantaged places across the country, hell, across the history of humanity, have fared well for centuries. All because of that sense of community. And we already mentioned the 4 facets of life that lead people to be more satisfied with their lives. One of the most significant issues that has impacted Donald Trump's base and the people all around the country that feel isolated and have lost the American dream is that sense of community. And Tim Carney has another way of putting this. To explain Trump's core supporters, many commentators pointed to the factories that were closing, but they should have been pointing to the churches that were closing. When your civic relationships become deficient, and when your social capital runs dry, it will almost inevitably lead to meaninglessness and stagnating towns and communities, followed by a degree of moral and ethical backwardness. The simple fact of having money does not suddenly change the beliefs and attitudes you have held your entire life, or the attitudes that your community holds. These are things that must be cultivated. These are things that take effort and work. As Charles Murray summarizes in Coming Apart, the problems these changes have engendered are different in kind from the problems of poverty. The problems that children suffer because of poverty disappear when the family is no longer poor. The problems that poor communities suffer because of poverty disappear when the community is no longer poor. The first 2/3 of the 20th century saw spectacular progress on that front. But when families become dysfunctional or cease to form altogether, growing numbers of children suffer in ways that have little to do with lack of money. When communities are no longer bound by their members' web of mutual obligations, the continuing human needs must be handed over to bureaucracies, the bluntest, clumsiest of all tools for giving people the kind of help they need. The neighborhood becomes a sterile place to live at best, and at worst, becomes the Hobbesian all-against-all free-fire zone that we have seen in some of our major cities. But, in a certain light, this is how our current economic reality has acted as an external source of decay for many institutions of civil society, but also how the social bonds that underlie those economic realities can exasperate any hard times that do come, and are very often at the root of the problem for many people. And those key social institutions, more than anything, are almost always marriage, family, church, and all other mediating institutions. Which leads us over to the next source of external decay. Now this is where the field of social science and evolutionary psychology help out a lot. So as is the case with human nature in general, we distrust outsiders, but we trust the people in our in-group. You often hear the phrase from people that children have to be taught how to hate. No, you are born to hate. You have to be taught not to hate. What do you think happens in grade school? This is simply how we evolved as a species. And according to various studies in evolutionary anthropology, even the role that storytelling has had in our species is a function of purveying this kind of information. Outsiders bad, insiders good. A former professor of mine at the University of Oregon, evolutionary psychologist and anthropologist Michelle Sugiyama, did a wonderful job at teaching and explaining to me the various methods and traditions by which humans evolved to communicate these instincts. I mean, even when children are born and start to open their eyes, they develop an immediate attachment to the faces and phenotypes of their parents over those of strangers. And as is a common reaction to babies and children meeting new people, they might cry, go quiet, or start to look fearful and hide. Basic facial recognition, fear of others, and attachment to familiarity is an innate function of the human brain. You have to be taught not to have such strong reactions or impulses towards such innate sensibilities. The idea that we could even get away from this kind of thinking in the slightest and turn complete strangers into customers is one of the miracles of capitalism that Jonah Goldberg writes about. But as it pertains to strangers entering America, the issue of immigration has been a heavy topic over the last couple of years, with all sorts of opinions as to how to handle it, or not handle it. But whereas the previous topic dealt more with economic issues and how they have led to a decline in civil society, surprisingly, most evidence doesn't suggest that this translates over very well into the topic of immigration. Meaning that the person who loses his factory job in the Midwest doesn't have a concomitant support for populist politicians for those reasons, as much as he does for reasons pertaining to immigration. In a study cited in Suicide of the West, Trump, Brexit, and the Rise of Populism by Ronald Inglehart and Pippa Norris for the Harvard Kennedy School, and later turned into a book called Cultural Backlash, they present their cultural backlash theory, which suggests that the surge in votes for populist parties can be explained not as a purely economic phenomenon, but in large part as a reaction against progressive cultural change. They concluded that cultural values combined with several social and demographic factors provide the most consistent and parsimonious explanation for voting support for populist parties. We believe that these are the groups most likely to feel that they have become strangers from the predominant values in their own country, left behind by progressive tides of cultural change which they do not share. So most of the economic grievances that people have actually lie on top of underlying cultural grievances and anxieties. And we also get a very helpful picture from Robert Putnam, one of the most prominent liberal sociologists in America today, who wrote that people living in more diverse communities tend to distrust their neighbors, regardless of the color of their skin, to withdraw even from close friends, to expect the worst from their community and its leaders, to volunteer less, give less to charity and work on community projects less often, to register to vote less, to agitate for social reform more, but have less faith that they can actually make a difference, and to huddle unhappily in front of the television. People living in ethnically diverse settings appear to hunker down, that is, to pull in like a turtle. This was pretty big news at the time, and it didn't make the progressive world very happy to hear this stuff, especially since they've been pushing for a more diverse country over the past couple of decades. But Robert Putnam wasn't happy with his findings either. He didn't like the conclusions he was coming up with. After he came out with this data in 2001, he spent the next several years testing other possible explanations, but came up with the same results. Now, it's important to note that this isn't an issue of race either. As Putnam noted in an interview with NPR, the more diverse the group around us, ethnically, in our neighborhood, the less we trust anybody, including people who look like us. Whites trust whites less, blacks trust blacks less, in more diverse settings. This also challenged two widespread notions in academia, on ethnic and racial diversity, the contact theory and the conflict theory. Under the contact theory, more time spent with those of other backgrounds leads to greater understanding and harmony between the groups. Under the conflict theory, that proximity produces tension and discord. Putnam's findings reject both theories. In more diverse communities, he says, there were neither gray bonds formed across group lines, nor heightened ethnic tensions, but a general civic malaise. And perhaps the most surprising result of all, levels of trust were not only lower between groups in more diverse settings, but even among members of the same group. And political scientist Scott Page at the University of Michigan says that while diversity in the community can be beneficial in the long run due to exposure to different ideas and customs, if civic engagement falls off too far, he says, it's easy to imagine the positive effects of diversity beginning to wane as well. That's what's unsettling about his findings. And as Putnam summarizes, it would be unfortunate if a politically correct progressivism were to deny the reality of the challenge to social solidarity posed by diversity. It would be equally unfortunate if an ahistorical and ethnocentric conservatism were to deny that addressing that challenge is both feasible and desirable. And so far, I'm not really sure anyone has taken on that challenge. But this poses a major external problem to the decay of civil society. If you can't even trust the guy next door, if you can't even trust half the people in your community, why would you even attempt to do anything for your community? Why would you go out and try to do good, or make connections and build associations, if you can't even trust the people in your own town? If you don't feel like you share anything? Large amounts of immigration hurt civil society, regardless of race. And if you want to remedy the instinctual psychological reactions this has on people, you not only have to hope that newcomers to a community have the willingness to assimilate into the community they arrive in, but you also have to hope that that community they enter already has the tools and resources necessary to assimilate newcomers into their community. Now, in the 21st century, assimilation has become a word you're not allowed to say, and we've put up a lot of barriers to assimilation, starting in grade school with bilingual education programs, which we know only hinders the ability for children to learn English and assimilate into the broader culture. But aside from that, I don't know how you can come to the conclusion that two people who can't even speak the same language are going to hit it off just great. You need to be able to communicate with people. You need something to work with. Some of you may know that I'm half Japanese. My first language was Japanese. I couldn't speak to my American father until I was around 4 or 5 years old because I was speaking Japanese with my mom the entire time, and he was usually deployed at sea. I still have memories from my childhood of looking at my father in utter confusion because I had no freaking clue how to communicate with the guy. As a 5-year-old. Now imagine that on a larger scale, with large groups of people in your community that you simply cannot communicate with. You may not feel contemptuous toward them, but you also might not trust them at all. You might be more cautious when you're walking down the street and see them, and they might be just as cautious of you. This does not help anyone. This does not help to build a stable community. As Robert Putnam writes in Bowling Alone, a society characterized by generalized reciprocity is more efficient than a distrustful society, for the same reason that money is more efficient than barter. If we don't have to balance every exchange instantly, we get a lot more accomplished. Trustworthiness lubricates social life. Life is simply easier when you can just passively trust people. You don't need to think about how you're going to maneuver your way through every situation when you can just trust people. And when you don't share any values with the people in your community, and you're not going out to meet new people, the one place where you can feel some semblance of belonging is online, with like-minded people here to validate any contempt-filled statement you might make, and who do nothing to stop the encouragement of vitriol against the people who look differently than you. Yes, you will occasionally find that racist jackass out there yelling at people to speak English or to go back to Mexico. I think we can all agree that that person is a jackass.
Your country 6 years. You not like Spanish? Your problem. It's your problem, okay?
You're yammering. You're yammering, man.
You said you were gonna leave.
You're yammering. That's all you're doing. You're going blah blah and you're yammering. Come on, speak English. Or shut up.
Moreover, I think that most people, who when they hear any slight objections raised about immigration, and immediately jump to calling that person nothing but a xenophobic, nativist racist, are also jackasses. The debate in this country would be a lot better if we actually tried listening to the concerns of people, because most people have genuine concerns about these issues. Actually, this scene from South Park still seems to represent much of our immigration debate.
Now I've got two guests with me tonight who have opposing views on the matter. On my right is pissed off white trash redneck conservative. Thanks for having me, Bill. And on my left is aging hippie liberal douche. Hello. Now, pissed off redneck, you say we shouldn't allow anyone else through the time portal, alright? You're goddamn right. These people from the future are taking all the work away from us decent present-day Americans. They take our job! Alright? What say you, aging hippie liberal douche?
It's typical for conservative rednecks like these to view the immigrants as the problem. But really, the problem is America.
And as Jonah Goldberg writes, many of the people concerned with immigration know something far better than their critics do. Their communities are changing in ways they do not like. Though it certainly doesn't help anyone when there are actual racists dominating the conversation and making it more difficult for good faith objections to certain aspects of our immigration policies to be considered. But anyway, it is better for everyone, and there is simply more social capital to go around when you are living with people who share your basic ideals, customs, and language, where you can trust your neighbors and they can trust you. I mean, think about all the rage for the Scandinavian countries we hear about today. Don't you think it would be a bit easier to implement all of your social democratic policies when virtually everyone in your country looks the same, believes roughly the same things, and where Denmark has a population of only 5.8 million people, Norway 5.3, and Sweden 10 million, the combined population being roughly the size of Florida? Has the influx of refugees into these areas led to greater peace or more social unrest? How about the rest of Europe? I mean, there is a reason why nationalist and populist movements have been rising across the West, with a slight exception to Japan that has a highly restrictive immigration policy. According to Pew Research, in 1960, immigrants from Canada and Europe made up 84% of all immigrants in America. By 2016, they made up 13% of immigrants. Just 6% of immigrants in 1960 were from Mexico, while only 4% were from Latin America. By 2016, 26% were from Mexico and 25% were from Latin America, with another 27% from South and East Asia. In 1970, 4.7% of residents in America had been born in foreign countries. By 2000, it was 11%. The number tripled from 9.6 million to 31.1 million. And by the late 20th century, most of these immigrants were entering into a country that no longer had the will or the resources to fully assimilate people. As Yuval Levin writes in The Fractured Republic, the melting pot was not working nearly as well in late 20th century America as it had a century earlier. Therefore, the largest immigrant group in this wave of newcomers, especially those from Latin America, which was by far the foremost source of immigration during this period, seemed to remain relatively distinct and unified, rather than becoming melded into the American whole. Ironically, the individualism of late century America, by weakening that instinct to digest and integrate new immigrants into a self-confident whole, created more coherent subgroups, and therefore less assimilation to a culture of individualism. The identity politics of the 1990s evinced a similar pattern. With the decline of the idea of a strong and coherent national identity, many Americans, especially those belonging to ethnic minority groups, naturally sought to emphasize subnational identities. So while individualism might have been the driving force behind the nation's cultural deconsolidation, it resulted in the emergence of a politics of group rights and multiculturalism. And before people start trying to twist my words, I am not calling for an expulsion of immigrants to remedy this. Immigration is an integral part of the American story. But what's more necessary in our current situation is a matter of time, the proper means for assimilation, and quantity. We know that massive waves of immigration are not conducive to a peaceful population, especially if the means for assimilation and the abundance of bridging social capital are not there. Bridging social capital being the stuff that develops broader connections with people in order to diffuse cultural information in a more efficient way, which is helpful for people you don't know. And no, I am not calling for immigrants to completely expunge their old heritage and various customs. Most lawful immigrants to this country want to become Americans, but they also don't want to fully divest themselves of their former identity and customs. And I think that's fine. Hell, half the food I eat in my life is stinky and slimy Japanese food. If I could choose Japanese food over a traditional Thanksgiving turkey, I'm sorry guys, I'm gonna have to go with the Japanese food. Now that doesn't mean that I won't celebrate Thanksgiving with you, or that I won't start to play Christmas music around the end of November, or start decorating a Christmas tree. But, damn it, I really prefer Japanese food sometimes. I mean, the turkey is usually dry and flavorless, the stuffing is wet and tastes like chemicals. I'm sorry. And I'm not even speaking as an immigrant. I'm an American from birth. I'm just speaking about the part of me and my family that is Japanese, and that I'm not going to do away with. Especially the intense Japanese shame and guilt for everything I do in my life. I can't get rid of that no matter how hard I try. But I like to think that I make up for all this by disdaining pretty much everything about anime, and the proliferation of anime culture in America. God, I can't stand that art style. Get out of my country, anime! Except for when it's used in horror. There it tends to be pretty good. But anyway, I think most immigrants do in fact want to become Americans and imbibe our values. And I think most immigrants agree with the notion of living in thriving communities where they and their children can succeed in life. I mean, you probably didn't come to America for nothing. But for those who are not quite as acclimated to American culture, this is simply where time and exposure are going to have to take place. But so long as American ideals and principles are accepted, I don't particularly care what heritage you bring with you. This place is a melting pot. And I've always been a fan of the sentiment that there are Americans all over the world. They're just born in the wrong country. But as I already mentioned, the word assimilation has become a bad word these days, with Jonah Goldberg noting that places like UC Berkeley claim that the phrase, "America is a melting pot," is a microaggression, because it suggests someone to assimilate to the dominant culture, to which Goldberg responds, well, yeah. So we already have a couple of factors at play here that are hindering better attitudes toward immigration policy. But if people are not being assimilated into the broader culture, you are going to run into some problems. As Yuval Levin writes, culture abhors a vacuum, and human beings will always rush in to establish new cultural patterns and arrangements when existing ones decline and fade. But the century-long assault on America's mediating institutions means that American civil society is not well positioned to turn subnational identities into interpersonal communities. Moreover, if people are not being assimilated into the neighborhoods of their local communities, or outright refuse to, or are even neglected and treated as nothing but outsiders from the very people they live near, that can open the door for alienation. And this is especially true for native-born Americans or immigrants, particularly if they're lower class. As Robert Putnam writes in Our Kids, contrary to romanticized images of close-knit communal life among the poor, lower-class Americans today, especially if they are non-white, tend to be socially isolated, even from their neighbors. Now, personally, I don't think in the long term that the current state of our immigration ordeal is going to be all that terrible, especially among younger Americans. Throughout all of my education, I have been surrounded with people from all over the world. I have attended schools in America, Japan, and Italy, and, from my experience at least, we all got along pretty well. My high school lunch table in Northern Virginia consisted of people from Vietnam, Sierra Leone, China, Japan, Korea, El Salvador, Nepal, and people of all skin colors and backgrounds. I think the majority of all the friends I have ever had in my life were either black, Asian, or Hispanic, more so than they were white. But anyway, that's what I think about the long term. But in the short term, it's undeniable that our immigration system has been a serious source of national tension and has been a contributing factor in the decay of civil society. And with the problems seen due to the effects of the economy and immigration at large, and what seems to be a developed sense of helplessness among the average person, there's usually only one place left to turn to that they feel can help them solve their problems. Which leads us to the final source of external decay. Now, the ways in which the government leads to the decay of civil society is most obvious in totalitarian countries, where the only thing that matters is the state. Places like North Korea, where your only relationship outside of your immediate family and forced labor unit is Kim Jong-un and the state, are some of the unhappiest places on Earth. Pretty much all communist or totalitarian regimes don't have any form of civil society, and whatever they may have had gets completely destroyed once the state steps in and decides what you do get to do. As Matt Killingsworth writes in his monogram, Civil Society in Communist Eastern Europe, these kinds of regimes do not allow for a genuine civil society to exist. When the state does not give its people the liberty and freedom to formulate their own social institutions, you do not live in a free society, and you do not have a healthy civil society. Now, while those examples are bountiful throughout the course of history, the real problem here in our time comes when people who don't have any relationships with any civic institution or have been left behind from any source of meaning and purpose feel as though they can find those relationships if they turn to the national government. And one of the ways this type of mentality manifests can be seen in the 2012 slideshow from Barack Obama's re-election campaign, The Life of Julia.
The president's re-election campaign just launched The Life of Julia, a fictional character, right, Mike? Tell us about her.
That's right. One of the things that those hundreds of young people in the Chicago headquarters do is create viral pieces of content for the web, things that people will share. This is one that I think may be viral in the wrong way, that I think is a lot bigger on the Republican side than it is on the Democratic side. The Life of Julia takes her from age 3 to age 67, and at every single point along the way, the government is giving her a hand.
This is probably one of the creepier ways in which we've turned the government into a kind of familial entity. I'll proceed to read off the slideshow. Take a look at how President Obama's policies helped one woman over her lifetime. Under President Obama, Julia is enrolled in a Head Start program to help her get ready for school. Because of the steps President Obama has taken to improve programs like this one, Julia joins thousands of students across the country who will start kindergarten ready to learn and succeed. Under President Obama, Julia takes the SAT and is on track to start her college applications. Her high school is part of the Race to the Top program, implemented by President Obama. Their new college and career-ready standards mean that Julia can take classes she needs to do well. Under President Obama, I think you get the point. Under President Obama, Julia goes off to college with a government tax credit and Pell Grant. She has her insurance covered because of Obama's healthcare reform. She has a kid and sends him off to school. She enrolls in Medicare and then retires. Now, conservatives have been able to get a lot of mileage out of this, but not without good reason, because this isn't merely just a policy statement, it's a statement on life itself. And Jonah Goldberg makes an excellent observation about this in Suicide of the West, where he notes that the most interesting implication of the ad is what's not there. Julia has no family, save for her one child, who vanishes from her life after he turns 18. But there are no parents, no husband, no loved ones whatsoever. There is no church, no voluntary association of any kind, until, of course, Julia's golden years, when she has time to volunteer for a community garden. The state, in other words, takes the place of family, friends, community, and religion. And as Patrick Deneen notes, Julia has achieved a life of perfect autonomy, courtesy of a massive, sometimes intrusive, always solicitous, ever-present government. And from Tim Carney, it's a perfect story of atomized alienation. There is no other human in the slides of Julia's first 3 decades of life. There's just a lonely young woman without a face who is cared for marvelously by Washington, D.C. Who needs friends, family, or neighbors when you have the president and his beneficent federal mandates, subsidies, and regulations? What's implicit in this vision of the state, as Goldberg notes, is the need to create one big national family, something to take care of you and be there for you, something that you can find community in. I said earlier that it takes a village to raise a child, but even here we get a distinction between where those political lines get drawn. One side of the political aisle sees that village as being embodied by the federal government and the monetary disbursements that come from it. You can see this in the rhetoric from the likes of both Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump, Bernie Sanders, and even Tucker Carlson at times, as his brand of economic nationalism continues to gain ground, also known as the state as your daddy. The other side sees that village as being, well, the community, the immediate community you live in. Your local community is literally that village. The government can't take your kid to his baseball practice, but your neighbor can. Does the government organize the town festival, or do the people in your community organize it? Are you going to wait around until the government allocates money to your neighborhood so you can build a little library? Or are you going to go out there with your neighbors and build it yourself? I've seen these things all over some neighborhoods, and I think they're pretty awesome. Or take this on a more personal level with the idea of charity. It has long been my belief that charity is most effective both financially for the person receiving it, as well as psychologically, when they are receiving it from either a friend, neighbor, local organization, or a church over a welfare check from the federal government. This is because there is a radically different dynamic going on between receiving money from the people you live with and some clerk behind a desk. When the former world heavyweight champion James Braddock was receiving government relief money during the Great Depression, he actually went back to the welfare office and repaid them after he started making more money. How many people do you know today who would actually do that? How many people today see welfare payments as something to be paid back? For the vast majority of recipients, welfare is viewed as an entitlement. You are owed the check. You are owed the money. There's no expectation to pay it back. That is a completely different mindset and attitude than one whereby the person is humbled by receiving the handout from a friend or a neighbor or a family member. The emotional significance of the act is on a completely different plane. But when it comes to charity or volunteering, you also need to think of the person who's participating in the act. For the person handing over the money to their friend, someone in need, or is working behind the soup kitchen feeding people, these are activities that help provide people with a significant amount of purpose. When you are behind the kitchen feeding homeless people or handing out toys to less fortunate children, you are directly making an impact on someone else's life, and you can see it all happening right in front of you. There are deep emotional reactions to being both on the receiving and the giving end of this action. Humility, respect, encouragement, and even guilt, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, and all the emotions that come out of a loving hug. The dynamic of such an interaction is incredibly rewarding for the human soul. I forget what the name of it was, but I was listening to a podcast one time where they said that if everyone working at a telemarketer job actually got to see the impact they made to someone's life behind the phone, that their job satisfaction rate would go up immensely. Just seeing the impact you make on people's lives plays a very important role for the human psyche. But let's go back to the person receiving the charity. When you're in such a position as to be asking your close friends, neighbors, and community organizations for charity or help, that simple action, just as a matter of psychology, can serve as a very important motivator for you. Where if there is something that you are not doing right in your life, the fact that you are at the point of having to ask around for help can be interpreted as a kind of wake-up call. And there are responsibilities that come with that realization. Your neighbor giving you money, making that personal connection, creates a need to pay back or return the favor on the recipient. And that would have to mean that the recipient gets his act together and starts to take some responsibility to be able to pay back those debts. Reciprocity in social interactions is a key part of our nature, and that whole interaction, as embarrassing, agonizing, or shameful as it might be, is far more effective than receiving a check from someone behind a counter, when there is no incentive to pay it back, and there is no incentive to really do all that much better for fear of losing access to such checks. Because after all, it's an entitlement. But when your mindset is to have the government take care of all this, then you're effectively ruling yourself out of the picture to do something meaningful. This is generally why liberals, or progressives, who feel as though the government should be doing more for those of lower income, or to stop income inequality, give 4 times less to charity than conservatives do, who feel as though the government is spending too much on welfare. And as a study published in Nonprofit and Voluntary Sector Quarterly noted, out of 3,000 counties across the nation, counties that are overwhelmingly Republican report higher charitable contributions than Democratic-dominated counties. Now, because I can already hear some tribal keyboard warrior claiming the high ground for caring more about people, the idea here isn't that one group cares more or less about people than the other, but that their compassion is being channeled into different outlets, one more focused on local communities or private charity, and the other more focused on welfare disbursements from the government. Liberals tend to see their tax dollars and higher tax rates in general as their form of charitable giving, no matter the bureaucratic and epistemological deficiencies involved in that. Actually, a comparison which could lead to a more common identity among all of us would be to look at the rate at which Americans as a whole give to charity compared to our supposedly socially conscious European neighbors. Yeah, screw you guys. But there is a reason why someone like Bernie Sanders said, "I don't believe in charities" when he was mayor of Burlington, and as the New York Times reported at the time, went on to question the fundamental concepts on which charities are based, and contended that government, rather than charity organizations, should take over responsibility for social programs. There is a kind of mentality among Sanders' political aisle that one should not have to ask for charity, that one should not have to go through any feeling of guilt, or have to make any personal effort to receive the aid. And there is something about this worldview that has had a consistency for centuries, where desired economic results, wants, or needs should just be made easily conferable from the powers that be. And until that time has come, no one is truly free. Socialism as an idea has a much longer lineage rooted in a basic tendency of human nature. Socialism is even older than communism in this sense, because at least Marx recognized that communism can't come into full fruition until after a certain time spent with capitalism and the accumulation of wealth. As Thomas Sowell writes in A Conflict of Visions, Marxism is at odds with the rest of the socialist tradition, whose unconstrained vision condemned capitalism by timeless moral standards. So refusing to appreciate any form of private charity does have a kind of consistency in this sense. But that doesn't mean that the socialist alternative is any better. As a Washington Examiner editorial perfectly summarized, socialism is the enemy of charity because it outsources all compassion and altruism to the state. In an age when most Americans worry about and mourn the erosion of civil society institutions, socialism wants to supplant them all, to leave people atomized, dependent upon government from cradle to grave for material, intellectual, social, and, although it does not recognize them, spiritual needs. But anyway, my contention is that personal charity is far more effective in terms of getting desired results, and is far better for the sake of providing people with a sense of meaning and building community strength. Absolving this personal responsibility of charity to the government is not the best way to go about doing this. Direct and personal involvement in communities and private charities are. And returning back to what got us onto this topic, viewing the state as a family, the vision of government as a national unifier is an attempt to make whole something that operates in an inherently different realm from the functions of the government, and can only operate in its respective position. Your suburb in Colorado and the functions that go on in that suburb, with all the thousands of people with their own unique little communities, town gatherings, wells of knowledge and ideas, and the peculiarities of the ways in which people interact with each other, is totally different from the functions of a couple of federal buildings in a town full of politicians, bureaucrats, foreign ambassadors, and journalists who are trying to survey a nation of over 325 million people and who don't even know your name. As Hayek notes, when you try to make the rules that work in a small group of people, and only work in a small group of people, and try to impress them onto the larger society, it does not end well. There is simply too much information that is necessary to know about other people, which is not made visible to you because of the sheer size and complexity of the society and the economy. A common example used by Jonah Goldberg is that in my own family, I'm a communist. My kids don't pay for their food. They just go to the fridge and grab whatever they want. Your immediate family is literally operating under, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. But that rule, which works in the small group of the family, does not work for the larger society. This is why central planning always fails. Because on the larger scale, you are dealing with variables that are out of reach for the human mind, especially for some government bureaucrat. This is part of Hayek's knowledge problem. You just don't have the kind of knowledge necessary to carry out these functions, or make these kinds of decisions. This is why the price mechanism is so important in economics. There is so much implicit information involved in the price you see for an item at the grocery store, of which you have no idea of the kind of knowledge that was necessary to produce that number. Even as a matter of evolutionary anthropology, you just can't know these things. Again, you can really only know 150 people. That says a lot about our understanding of complex human phenomenon in economics. And making the government try to imbibe the ideals that are restricted to that small group of human beings is a recipe for disaster.
But see, the great problem is that we have developed what's called a greater open society, which deals with an infinitely much larger number of people than anybody can know. Nobody can form an idea what a steel worker in Indiana compared with a cotton worker in South America, in the southern states, deserves in any sense. We have no instinctive feeling about this. When we believe that we have a sense of social justice, that's an inherited trait which we have developed from the life in the small group in which mankind lived for 1 million years before it developed the open society. Of course, in a little hunting band of 50 people or so, it was essential that you assigned an appropriate share to each member. But this native instinct which we had to overcome in order to form a large society, is suddenly coming up again when the great majority of people operate in large organizations, no longer understand the market, and so we are reverting to very primitive instincts which we have overcome when we emerge from the little group into the open society.
Now we'll get back to this idea later, but this is part of the problem of viewing the federal government as being the familial arbiter of all societal ills, especially when it was never designed to be that arbiter, as our founding fathers admit. One of the ideas that seems to have been completely lost in our modern society, and lost especially from our public schools, is the knowledge of what the appropriate prerequisites are to buttress our Constitution and way of life, a virtuous and moral people. The framers of the Constitution knew what kind of system they were creating. They knew what its strengths were, and more importantly, what its limitations were. And while most of the strengths of the system were centered around its structure and what the government's enumerated powers were, its limitations are much more a result of and dependent on the prevailing culture. Because our Constitution only works with a certain kind of people who are not only virtuous, but embedded with the moral convictions of the Judeo-Christian tradition. A polity that did not have these characteristics were not suitable for a document like the ones the founders had created. As was succinctly stated by George Washington, virtue or morality is a necessary spring of popular government. Patrick Henry. Bad men cannot make good citizens. No free government or the blessings of liberty can be preserved to any people but by a firm adherence to justice, moderation, temperance, frugality, and virtue. Ben Franklin. Only a virtuous people are capable of freedom. As nations become more corrupt and vicious, they have more need of masters. Ben Franklin again. The expense of our civil government we have always borne, and can easily bear because it is small. A virtuous and laborious people may be cheaply governed. John Adams. Religion and virtue are the only foundations, not only of republicanism and of all free government, but of social felicity under all governments and in all combinations of human society. John Adams again. We have no government armed with power capable of contending with human passions unbridled by morality and religion. Avarice, ambition, revenge, or gallantry would break the strongest cords of our Constitution as a whale goes through a net. Our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other. Now, the reason why a populace that is not virtuous or outfitted with basic Judeo-Christian moral convictions is ill-suited for a constitution like ours is because ideally, and as was the case back in the days of the founding, most notably depicted by Alexis de Tocqueville, a people committed to these principles would look to themselves, to their local communities and local governments to resolve any disputes or organize any events, or form any other association necessary to the functioning of their community or district. They wouldn't immediately look to the federal government because they would be outfitted with the necessary moral and ethical preconvictions to govern themselves as they see fit. It's what the whole concept of a neighborhood watch is all about. Your community is what looks out for you, before your local government, and before even the police. It's the people you live with every day, and the freedom offered by our democratic way of life that allows people to live their lives in the way that they see fit under the basic precepts of the values and virtues of the American founding and the Constitution. If you and your neighbors can settle a dispute, you don't need to go to your local government. If you and your neighbors trust each other enough to look out for one another and what goes on in front of your neighbor's house while they're away, then you don't need to look to some ultimate authority to settle things in your town, or in the rest of the country for that matter. Hell, if your local community is strong enough, you wouldn't even need to resort to seeking out the police at times. As Jonathan Haidt and Greg Lukianoff write in The Calling of the American Mind, this is the art of association that so impressed Alexis de Tocqueville when he traveled through the United States in 1831. Citizens of a democracy don't suddenly develop this art on their 18th birthday. It takes many years to cultivate these skills. And as Tocqueville himself noted in Democracy in America, the morality and intelligence of a democratic people would risk no fewer dangers than its business and industry if the government came to take the place of associations everywhere. The idea of virtue is also what is inherent in the concept of the pursuit of happiness. This is another thing that has been seriously neglected in public schools. Personally, I don't think I have ever had a single teacher explain the phrase to me or my class. When most people hear that phrase, they usually think to themselves, oh, it's just like being happy. So kind of doing whatever you want that makes you happy. No. When Thomas Jefferson changed John Locke's phrase of life, liberty, and property to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, the happiness that he had in mind was much more akin to the Greek word eudaimonia, which essentially means utter life satisfaction. For the Greeks, getting to the state of eudaimonia was seen as an end, with the means to get there being the cultivation of individual virtue. This was the idea that Aristotle and the Stoics had, and was further reflected in Christianity. To live your life in the service and sacrifice of others, to be good to yourself and your community, and to put yourself up to the challenge in order to accomplish this. all in accordance with the ancient virtues in the Judeo-Christian tradition, so that when you look back on your life, after having accomplished some of the greatest personal feats and having tended to the needs of those closest to you and in your community, you can achieve eudaimonia. That is what the pursuit of happiness means. And this is also what the term liberal arts used to encompass. This is what a proper liberal education meant back then, inculcating the virtues and habits necessary in order to be a good person and a good citizen capable of self-government. The Northwest Ordinance of 1787 specifically says this: religion, morality, and knowledge being necessary to good government and the happiness of mankind, schools and the means of education shall forever be encouraged. And as Patrick Deneen notes in Why Liberalism Failed, the motto of Ohio University in Athens, Ohio, is Religio Doctrina Civilitas Prae Omnibus Virtus. Religion, true learning, civility, above all, virtue. Or at the University of Texas at Austin, Disciplina Praesidium Civitate. I hope I'm pronouncing this right. Which is translated as, a cultivated mind is the guardian genius of democracy. And the type of people for which all of these activities and customs for personal and community development were to be organized around are a people who are themselves embedded with some semblance of virtue and traditional morality, which for the founders, that morality came directly from the Judeo-Christian tradition. As John Adams wrote, I will insist that the Hebrews have done more to civilize men than any other nation, in facilitating to all mankind the doctrine of a supreme, intelligent, wise, almighty sovereign of the universe, which I believe to be the great essential principle of all morality, and consequently of all civilization, and that the Bible is the most republican book in the world. John Adams again, religion and morality alone can establish the principles upon which freedom can securely stand. And as Thomas Jefferson wrote to William Canby in 1813, of all the systems of morality, ancient or modern, which have come under my observation, none appear to me so pure as that of Jesus. Ben Franklin. As to Jesus of Nazareth, I think his system of morals and his religion, as he left them to us, the best the world ever saw or is likely to see. Chief Justice John Marshall. With us, Christianity and religion are identified. It would be strange, indeed, if with such a people our institutions did not presuppose Christianity and did not often refer to it and exhibit relations with it. Benjamin Rush. The only foundation for a useful education in a republic is to be laid in religion. Without this, there can be no virtue, and without virtue, there can be no liberty, and liberty is the object and life of all republican governments. The religion I mean to recommend in this place is that of the New Testament. James Madison. The belief in a God all-powerful, wise, and good is so essential to the moral order of the world and to the happiness of man that arguments which enforce it cannot be drawn from too many sources. Even Alexis de Tocqueville noted the importance of Christianity in the American way of life. While the law permits the Americans to do what they please, religion prevents them from conceiving and forbids them to commit what is rash or unjust. Religion in America takes no direct part in the government of society, but it must be regarded as the first of their political institutions, for if it does not impart a taste for freedom, it facilitates the use of it. I do not know whether all Americans have a sincere faith in their religion, for who can search the human heart? But I am certain that they hold it to be indispensable to the maintenance of republican institutions. This opinion is not peculiar to a class of citizens or to a party, but it belongs to the whole nation and to every rank of society. The Americans combine the notions of Christianity and of liberty so intimately in their minds that it is impossible to make them conceive the one without the other. Anyway, at this point, I would also say that I agree with the sentiment that one does not have to be religious in order to be a good or moral person. There are plenty of people out there, and I've met them, who are not particularly religious, but are nonetheless decent people. And hey, there are some religious people out there who aren't so great. I am just one of those weird and tormented people out there who is irreligious, but nevertheless appreciates how this country isn't really going to function all that well without the Christians. So while I'm not personally religious, I don't deny the significance of religion, or discovering God, especially as it relates to this country. Nor do I treat it as something to be instantly mocked, or as it's becoming more and more fashionable nowadays to treat religious people as a group of mentally ill cultists. And okay, for one more annoyance of mine, guys, praying to God is not an activity synonymous with putting a coin in a slot machine. I heard someone once say that God is not a gumball machine, and that sounds about right. When people engage in prayer, it is to further develop their relationship with God. It does not take someone particularly religious to know this. Okay, so now that that's out of the way, while I wouldn't argue that one has to be religious in order to be a good person in our society, you need to realize that you are running off of the reserves of the centuries-long buildup of Judeo-Christian social and moral capital in our society. Our culture is still established around the basic precepts of Christianity, somewhat. But I'm slowly becoming more convinced as time goes by that you cannot have a functioning nation of over 325 million people who are running off of that built-up capital of religious morality. And George Washington seems to have understood this as well. As he stated in his farewell address, of all the dispositions and habits which lead to political prosperity, religion and morality are indispensable. Whatever may be conceded to the influence of refined education on minds of peculiar structure, reason and experience both forbid us to expect that national morality can prevail in the exclusion of religious principle. As Charles Murray notes, it's very likely that this person of refined education with a mind of peculiar structure was a reference to Thomas Jefferson, who was not particularly religious, but nonetheless was still purported to have attended church because he understood the symbolic significance of that gesture to his countrymen. But in this statement, George Washington is basically saying that even if one is not an observer of religion, but is fairly obedient to biblical morality, that you can't expect the entire country to also be that way. Most people simply don't have minds of peculiar structure like Jefferson. Most of us are pretty average, so religion or morality is a necessary spring for popular government. And so here we have a pretty basic requirement for a constitution. And without a society tempered by morality and virtue properly understood, you do not have a system of ordered liberty. You do not get a populace that is sustained by what they have surrounding them in their local communities. You do not have a check on the unbridled passions of human nature in the heat of the moment. You do not have a disciplined populace. And it's those unbridled passions, when unaccounted for, that direct people to turn to the state to solve their problems for them. And because the power of the state has been proven to be used for these kinds of all-encompassing purposes throughout the entirety of history, our founding fathers made sure to place restrictions on what can be done in our Constitution. If you do not think the passions of the people and the proclivity to obtain power in order to act on those passions are things to be wary of, you might want to look at nearly every genocidal event in history and see how exactly they got there. Or just compare the American and French revolutions. Ours was clearly much better. There is a reason why our Constitution was designed to make it difficult to change things. There is a reason why we wrote a constitutional document with enumerated powers. There is a reason why there are checks on the passions of the moment. Our founding fathers understood human nature quite well. As Thomas Jefferson wrote to John Adams, "Bigotry is the disease of ignorance, of morbid minds, enthusiasm of the free and buoyant. Education and free discussion are the antidotes of both. We are destined to be a barrier against the returns of ignorance and barbarism." And when you don't have these moral convictions and have lost all meaning and purpose in your local community, you will come to find yourself seeking meaning through the community of the national government, which also tends to correlate with the need to follow a tribal strongman who can best represent your passions for political purposes. On the left, that guy was Obama, with various followers of his claiming he's been sent by God, or as Eve Constantine wrote in 2008, Obama was the product out of the all-knowing quantum field of intelligence.
We thought that he was going to be, I shouldn't say this at Christmas time, but the next Messiah.
I mean, in a way, Obama's standing above the country, above the world. He's sort of God. He's
President Obama.
All that hope and change. And
everybody.
Yeah. You think it was too high, the expectation?
He was the savior. Black Jesus. I mean...
There's an excellent blog out there called Obama Messiah if you want to see a collection of all the various creepy messianic artwork and articles written about him. But of course, this type of messianic thinking isn't limited to the left, as the election of Donald Trump has shown. Only God could deliver such a savior to our nation, as said by Trump's campaign manager Brad Parscale. Or as one rabbi explained, Donald Trump in Gematria equals 424, which is the same as Messiah Ben David. This certainly does not mean he will be the Messiah, but it indicates that he will play a role in preparing the way for the arrival of the Messiah. He clearly has this inclination. And as was recently stated by superfan Bill Mitchell, no mortal man could do all that Trump is doing in the face of withering opposition. We are witnessing something supernatural here. God has chosen and blessed Trump. He is our modern Moses come to set us free from the socialist oligarchy. In 2020, he will part the blue sea.
To say no to President Trump would be saying no to God. And I won't do that.
If anyone knows of a similar blog like the Obama Messiah one, but for Trump, let me know. This kind of creepy human worship is really interesting to me. I know those deplorable girls exist, but that's more cringeworthy than anything. But anyway, we as human beings have an innate tendency to raise people up beyond the stature of just an ordinary person. People to be worshipped or treated as gods. It is in our nature. There's a reason why the divine right of kings existed for centuries, and there is a reason why people keep treating the executive branch as a de facto monarchy today. And right now, Donald Trump is the quintessential populist strongman, and probably the most successful one in American history. I mean, it doesn't get any more populist than, the only important thing is the unification of the people, because the other people don't mean anything. Okay, let's read that again. The only important thing is the unification of the people, because the other people don't mean anything. Unify the people, but not the people? If this doesn't make a whole lot of sense rhetorically, that's because it's not supposed to. But this is generally how populism works. As Jan Werner Mueller does a great job of explaining, whenever someone says they're speaking for the people, they're usually not actually talking about the people. They really only mean some people, or the people who support them. You can also find this whenever Bernie Sanders says he's speaking for the people. You know who's not really included in his grand conception of the people? Rich people. Bernie's people only include the working class, unions, college students, and pretty much anyone else who isn't in the upper middle class or Jeff Bezos. But he still says he's talking about the people. This same type of rhetoric can also be found in the burgeoning white nationalist movement, where whenever they say that they represent the real American citizens, they're not talking about American citizens, they're talking about white people. But this quote from Trump goes more toward a bigger problem that the American right has been facing ever since the rise of Trump, or really before the rise of Trump, because this impetus had to come from somewhere, which is that instead of the traditional conservative belief in limited government and a neutered executive, there seems to be a major fraction of the Republican Party and the right that has taken solace in a bigger and more involved federal government, and by extension Donald Trump. Again, here we have a reflection of where people think their problems can be solved and where they think they can find some sort of communal meaning. If we can just get our guy in office, then he can get me my life back. If one person who lives hundreds of miles away from me sits in a chair, my life will be better. As we mentioned before, there are reasons for people to think like this. People who are living in dying towns across the Midwest, or places with high amounts of diversity and low trust. People with no hope and no human community around. It is only natural for the last resort of these people to be the national government. That's the only thing they can belong to. And if we can just get our guy in there, then he can finally crush these damned insert scapegoat here who inflicted this on me. Which has historically been the mindset that comes along with populism, especially in our current polarized times. Because populism is inherently anti-intellectual, and the narratives created out of the populist fervor inherently take on a conspiratorial nature, which is why we so often hear about the deep state coups on the right and the shadowy cabal of rich white men on the left. As David Bahnsen writes in The Crisis of Responsibility, narratives do not like specifics. A broader lambasting of an entire institution is easier, as it plays into the human tendency for scapegoating. Plus, it provides psychological comfort for people to believe some, or all woes, are the byproduct of a massive, undefeatable force. This is also why many view politics as a zero-sum game nowadays. As Lydia Bean of New America's Political Reform noted, politics becomes a blood sport, where you're punishing and striking back at people you don't like. But never mind the conspiratorial nature of some of the scapegoating rhetoric on both sides, the grief these people have, I believe, is real. The people who are looking to Trump, or who looked to Obama over a decade ago, are facing real problems in their communities, and with the right speaker purporting to represent them, they can make their supporters become even more agitated and placed into a state of dependence on the government. In the case of the 2016 election, many of Trump's voters came from the former Obama coalition. About 13% of Trump's voters also voted for Obama in 2012, according to the American National Election Survey. And a key example of this type of mentality was perfectly summarized in a tweet by Chris Arnatti, who recently published Dignity, Seeking Respect in Back Row America. They are not very ideologically focused. I mean, Obama to Trump. What they really care about is change, any change. Obama offered that. He was young, odd name, outsider, so they gave him a chance. Then Trump came along and he was even crazier, a real change.
My message is that things have to change, and they have to change right now. I am your voice.
People who live contented lives in thriving communities do not seek grand nationwide change hundreds of miles away from their homes in Washington, D.C. Something is fundamentally wrong in their own communities and in their own lives if they cannot get what they need in their own town. And as 2016 showed us, where they see the best recourse is in the strong man who says that I alone can fix it.
I alone can fix it.
If the only thing that's left in your life is you and the state, if you have no other meaningful community or association in your life, where do you think people are going to turn to fill those needs? Nothing about Trump's message and rise to the presidency was about the importance of civil society. All of his policy proposals directed everyone to look past the middle layers of American life and toward what he can do if he gets power. And you can add on to this the fact that the problems being faced by millions of people in declining communities are so often framed through the lens of the federal government, that only the government can do something to mitigate their afflictions. There is hardly ever a mention of other mediating institutions, or even of motivating their local communities. This lack of any emphasis or even acknowledgement of the institutions of civil society where his voters live cancels any sort of feedback from alternative sources of relief and community. And the shift from the reliance on those institutions toward the government supposedly taking care of everyone like a loving parent further ruins the significance of civil society. And if you're directing people's deepest desires toward the government, that can take on thousands of different meanings for all sorts of people. Do you really think the conception of the government is the same for a Democrat as it is for a Republican? What about a libertarian or a progressive? Do you think they all have the same desired ends? If the only community you have in your life is the federal government, and every 4 or 8 years the party in charge of that government changes, then how do you not expect a reaction like this on election night? These people's entire source of meaning has now been taken over by someone who they completely reject. Donald Trump and his movement's definition of what the state is supposed to constitute and do for them is not the same as these people's definition. Don't be surprised to see people filled with resentment, contempt, and an increased sense of political polarization when their only source of meaning has been effectively handed over to the other tribe. And this is not healthy at all. We are not living in primordial tribal units where we can easily feel connected and valued. We are living in a more civilized culture, and mediating institutions are necessary in order to fill that part of our being. Otherwise, we will turn to government power. And this is where we enter the second part of the conversation on this subject. One of the common criticisms of liberal democratic capitalism that many on the left have put forward for decades, though the way they come to this criticism can vary, is that capitalism in and of itself isn't the thing that gives you meaning. And that's mostly right. Belief in the invisible hand, or the existence of private property, isn't in and of itself what gives people meaning. Irving Kristol wrote in 2 Cheers for Capitalism that capitalism is the least romantic conception of a public order that the human mind has ever conceived. And that's exactly right. And the reason why he only gave it 2 cheers instead of 3 was precisely for this reason. Capitalism doesn't tell you, okay, here's the step-by-step plan of how we're going to improve the lives of everyone. This is our mission, this is our purpose, and we're all going to come together and do it as one. It just tells you that you get to own private property and do whatever the hell you want with your profits. This is why Marxism is so appealing, because it literally tells you what to do. If we can acquire all the wealth of the bourgeoisie, we can enter a more perfect world. All of us, together. Solidarity. You're not going to find that in the quote-unquote doctrines of capitalism. You find that in the expansive realm of civil society, the freedom to even have civil society offered by a liberal democratic way of life. Again, you don't have any sort of genuine civil society in a Marxist or totalitarian country. Everyone is miserable there. So it's not as though the alternative offered by some of liberal democratic capitalism's critics is any better. But, ironically, you do in fact move toward the closest form of perfection we can get on this planet by following the unintentional consequences of capitalism. In other words, as Thomas Sowell writes in The Conflict of Visions, the benefits of capitalism are not intentional, they are systemic. And that's the main difference here. Marxism specifically points out what individuals and the community as a whole must do in order for man to cross the narrow horizon of bourgeois right in its entirety and society inscribe on its banner, from each according to his ability to each according to his needs. Friedrich Engels calls this the ascent of man from the kingdom of necessity to the kingdom of freedom. Marxism is specifically a feel-good doctrine. It lays out the whole mission plan for society and gives the entire community a grand purpose. But when these seemingly good intentions are carried out, in every example we have on this planet, it always leads to utter disaster. But the disaster that follows isn't something that is specifically explicated in Marxism. No Marxist goes in with this philosophy to start murdering millions of dissidents in camps. But it is a systemic feature of the unintentional reality of its implementation. You cannot get a system like communism or an economic system like socialism to work without concomitant oppression of basic human freedoms, regardless of the intentions of its adherents. But for the average socialist, Marxist, or unconstrained individual, unless a system specifically sets out with good intentions, there is no value to it, which is why capitalism is so despised. And even as Adam Smith explained in The Wealth of Nations, all of the benefits produced by the capitalist were no part of his intention. In fact, he characterizes the capitalist intentions as mean rapacity, and referred to capitalists as a group of people who seldom meet together, even for merriment or diversion, but the conversation ends in a conspiracy against the public, or in some contrivance to raise prices. This is why even the most ardent proponents of capitalism will often say that capitalism is the worst economic system, except for all the others that have been tried. But despite these negative characterizations, Adam Smith was still a champion of laissez-faire, because the intentions of the people involved in a capitalist system don't matter. As Thomas Sowell writes, what mattered to Smith were the systemic characteristics of a competitive economy, which he saw as producing social benefits from unsavory individual intentions. Socialism as an ideology, or even as an emotion, requires you to intentionally act for the social benefit at all times, for all 325 million people. Or for the more extreme socialist, for all 7 billion people. which is impossible, because you don't have the kind of knowledge necessary to even know what that means. It's why Friedrich Hayek wrote in The Fatal Conceit that economics has from its origins been concerned with how an extended order of human interactions comes into existence through a process of variation, winnowing, and sifting, far surpassing our vision or our capacity to design. Adam Smith was the first to perceive that we have stumbled upon methods of ordering human economic cooperation that exceed the limits of our knowledge and perception. His invisible hand had perhaps better have been described as an invisible or unsurveyable pattern. We are led, for example, by the pricing system in market exchange, to do things by circumstances of which we are largely unaware and which produce results that we do not intend. In our economic activities, we do not know the needs which we satisfy, nor the sources of the things which we get. Almost all of us serve people whom we do not know, and even of whose existence we are ignorant, and we in turn constantly live on the services of other people of whom we know nothing. All this is possible because we stand in a great framework of institutions and traditions, economic, legal, and moral, into which we fit ourselves by obeying certain rules of conduct that we never made, and which we have never understood in the sense in which we understand how the things that we manufacture function. There is something about capitalism that just makes it work. The intent behind the activity is of no concern if the outcome is socially beneficial, and this goes for a bunch of other institutions. We don't know who the person was who created the institution of marriage, but it doesn't matter, because there's something about it that has worked for human beings for centuries, regardless of the intent. We don't know why the English language evolved to be the way that it is, and that you understand what I'm saying the way I intend it, or all languages for that matter. No one meticulously planned out the languages that we all use around the world before they were adopted, but they came out of the process of interactions arising out of human experience. Rules of language are indeed written down, as Thomas Sowell writes, but after the fact, codifying existing practices, and most people have begun obeying these rules in early childhood, before being explicitly taught them. Now obviously people can create languages, the most popular being Esperanto, and in some corners of the world, Klingon. But the idea is that it is more effective when it has been evolved, because it is taking into account a vast wealth of experiences over the centuries than will be at the command of any individual or council designing a language. A given language may evolve over the centuries to something almost wholly different, but as a result of incremental changes, successively validated by the usage of the many rather than the planning of the few. The big difference here between institutions like these and what socialism is that these are institutions that have resulted out of a collective human experience over being intentionally planned systems. This way of thinking relies on historically evolved social processes and evaluates them in terms of their systemic characteristics, their incentives and modes of interaction, rather than their goals or intentions. Anyway, getting us back to the beginning, capitalism is not a very romantic system. It was never meant to be romantic. Marxism is an explicitly romantic system, offering a vision for the entire tribe, or in this case the extended tribe of the entire nation, and all the workers of the world, a grand unifying purpose and community. But you only get to a philosophy like Marxism when your culture and socio-political environment is sufficiently defective to the point where you do not have an abundance of strong mediating institutions within your society. When people's identities and desires become solely wrapped up in what their government is doing, and the possibilities that can come with that power. As Ross Douthat writes, man's desire for community will not be denied. The liberated individual is just as likely to become the alienated individual, the paranoid individual, the lonely, desperately seeking community individual. And if he can't find that community on a human scale, then he'll look for it on an inhuman scale, in the total community of the totalizing state. And this goes both ways for Marxism and ultranationalism, when the individual has nowhere else to belong to, and the state has deracinated all space for civil society. This leaves people ripe for ein Volk, ein Reich, ein Führer, and the dictatorship of the proletariat. And as Robert Nisbet writes in The Quest for Community, the extraordinary accomplishments of totalitarianism in the 20th century would be inexplicable were it not for the immense, burning appeal it exerts upon masses of individuals who have lost, or had taken away, their accustomed roots of membership and belief. You have to be purposeless and have removed all close associations in your life to have these kinds of messages be appealing to you, and it is the perfect avenue to succumb to the totalitarian temptation. Alexis de Tocqueville also had a keen insight into this human tendency, where the isolated individual turns his eyes toward that huge entity, the state, which alone stands out above the universal level of abasement. His needs, and even more his longings, continually put him in mind of that entity, and he ends by regarding it as the sole and necessary support of his individual weakness. This is why Marxism is the quintessential secular religion, and why the idea of false consciousness is so crucial to it as a means of purporting to expose the meaninglessness of associational life and furthering the breakdown of civil society. Because it thinks that the attachments found in civil society are either all fake, or an expression of a kind of individualistic dehumanization as a result of capitalism. and that there's something better to be found in the potentialities of the anarchic state. George Sorel, the French philosopher who was essentially a kind of philosophical forerunner to various strands of fascism and Leninism, recognized this religious utility of Marxism, while dismissing its bogus claims of being a scientific reality. As he argued, Das Kapital doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, but it doesn't need to, because its religious and symbolic nature was good in its own right. In fact, he thought that Das Kapital should be viewed as an apocalyptic text, as a product of the spirit, as an image created for the purpose of molding consciousness. It is a good illustration of the principle on which Marx believed he should base the rules of the socialist action of the proletariat. Marxism isn't an economic or scientific doctrine as much as it is a spiritual doctrine, and as the logic of the Marxist system demands, all spaces for civil society must be rejected, because they are a manifestation of the alienation of capitalism. As Joseph Cropsey summarizes the philosophy of Marx, while men are in bonds, as they have been under government and civil society, they experience as part of their bondage a constraint that compels them to contribute to their own dehumanization through institutions of their own devising. There is no possible way for a genuine civil society to exist under communist regimes, because their very existence is an existential threat to the desired community of the brotherhood of humanity. And because the community being sought after is the entire political community, that means that the only legitimate source of authority is the state, which means that there can be no authority that comes from any institution of civil society. Hence the crushing of all other religious institutions in these totalitarian societies, and why growing the size and responsibilities of the government almost always destroys these mediating institutions. As Robert Nisbet writes, this new order is the absolute, the total political community. As a community, it is made absolute by the removal of all forms of membership and identification which might, by their existence, compete with the new order. It is, further, made absolute by the insistence that all thought, belief, worship, and membership be within the structure of the state. What gives historical identity to the totalitarian state is not the absolutism of one man or of a clique or a class. Rather, it is the absolute extension of the structure of the administrative state into the social and psychological realm previously occupied by a plurality of associations. Now, the idea of the state, or statism, is distinct from the government, though many, including myself, will often use the terms interchangeably. The government is just the central entity that administers certain processes and functions that have been delegated to it, its enumerated powers. But the state, or statism, refers more to the use of force and authority in bringing about certain social outcomes within the country. Or in other words, guiding and delivering the people towards supposedly socially desirable ends, and deliberately engineering society. So in this rendition, the government is a tool of the state. It becomes the ultimate entity for forced moral instruction, and the larger the influence of state instruction and control, the more it crowds out the spaces of civil society, where real people accomplish real things in their own local communities. Are you a follower of your local church and their authority? No. Your allegiance is to the state. Is your little town trying to establish their own standards for educating their children? No. We get to decide what your children learn. Statism is essentially the idea that us technocratic elites know what is best for you, even if it is literally antithetical to what you yourself want, because we are just that much more anointed than you. And we will impose our vision of society on you and your community from the top down with as much government force as possible. And typically, this kind of action is justified by actors proclaiming that we, as a nation, are doing this, together. Even though it's usually never really all of us together, but okay. And once the state starts interfering as an arbiter of absolute moral authority and deliverance, leaving no room for local control or civil society, that's when your problems start to get worse. When you deny people the space and right to self-government as they see fit. It's essentially the notion that we see so often in our national politics, or particularly as a reflection of our electoral college, that California and New York should just be able to decide the rules for the entirety of Middle America. For one side or the other to want to impose its will on the rest of the country, just because they think they can, just because they have the numbers, or think that they are more technocratically venerated, is a really great reflection of not only that homogenizing instinct, but a kind of anti-pluralism and anti-federalism. We get to decide what you do. Think about that the next time whenever someone decides to write an article on how much they disdain the political power of quote-unquote flyover country. And if you want to see a more agonizing example of the utter disaster that comes by using the government as an instrument of ultimate moral deliverance, just see how well that went for the American Indians. Because American progressives and reformers in the 19th century decided to inculcate the notion of moral instruction from the federal government, thousands of Native Americans were subjected to a traumatic experience in boarding schools which were designed to completely deracinate them from their own societies back home, and left many utterly incapable of reintegrating back into their reservations once they graduated. And then later you can add on the socioeconomic strife and privation of the allotment system. Because the Bureau of Indian Affairs thought that they could guide Native Americans to a more moral life by turning them all into yeomen, the vast majority of which did not want to be yeomen, nor lived on land that could even support the kind of agricultural production necessary to make a living, nor even knew the basics of how to farm, they were left in a state of utter impoverishment and social and cultural disarray. You're gonna be a farmer, but I don't want to. Shut up. Because people thought it was a good idea to make the federal government the source of moral instruction, American Indians had to face the brunt of the mistakes of our legislators in the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Or just look at China today. As Jonah Goldberg writes, there is a literal Jim Crow state going on right now against the Uyghur ethnic minority. And when they're not being openly discriminated against, they're being sent to re-education centers, where they can be transformed through education.
Over the past few years, a vast network of high-security facilities has been built across China's western region of Xinjiang, surrounded by high walls, barbed wire, and watchtowers. But in some of the places we're being taken to, the satellite images show that the internal security fencing and what look like watchtowers were taken down shortly before the tours for journalists began. And empty exercise yards have been transformed into sports facilities, on full display when we visit. But if these are show camps, what might that say about the places we're not given access to? With their watchtowers and barbed wire still in place, they look much less like schools. And we're much less welcome. Is it your choice to be here?
就是，我以前因非法法律意识淡薄，被感染了极端主义和恐怖主义思想的影响。村委会的孙经发现，他对我说：“这么好的学校，你可以去参加，转化自己的思想。”
Always in the background, government officials watch over every interview. If they don't want to come, then what happens?
这个我没碰见过，但是我们会积极引导他。
It isn't a place where people have to come, obey the rules, stay until you allow them to leave. Sound more like a prison, even if it's a prison in which you can do some art.
你指的监狱是这个地方？你觉得这监狱有画画的监狱吗？我不知道你说的监狱是什么样的监狱，这我们这儿确确实实就是一个培训中心。
I think a definition of a prison isn't about what happens inside.
这个画画只是它的一部分。
It's whether you can leave or not.
这是他自己选择的一部分，但主要还是通过学习国语、学习法律、学技能，通过这个来完成。
We find some graffiti that reads, "Oh my heart, don't break." We've decided not to use the image to protect whoever wrote it.
This is essentially a concentration camp. And you know what else the Chinese government does? Well, according to an article in AP, in recent years, the Communist Party of China has engaged in activities such as bulldozing churches and mosques, barring Tibetan children from Buddhist religious studies, and incarcerating more than 1 million members of Islamic ethnic minorities, all to ensure that these religions are loyal to the officially atheistic party of the Chinese state. You can't just build a church in China. Every single association must go through the state. The state decides what is permissible. Which only reminds me of this quote from T.S. Eliot. If you will not have God, and he is a jealous God, you should pay your respects to Hitler or Stalin, or in this case to Xi Jinping, who, not surprisingly, according to Bill Gertz, a national security columnist for the Washington Times, Xi Jinping's personal heroes literally include Hitler and Stalin. But look at what is happening here. The Chinese state is the moral authority. They are your instructors. Your local community cannot have autonomy over these matters. Your allegiance is solely to the community of the Chinese state. But this is basically the vision offered by ideologies on the Marxist or totalitarian bent. Again, it is not necessarily explicated that there are going to be re-education camps, but it does involve totalizing the nation by purporting to give a grand sense of meaning and purpose to everyone, with the systemic results of that being total oppression and death. We have seen this so many times. It is a false promise of community, and the 20th century should provide ample evidence of that. Meanwhile, while the boring doctrines of capitalism don't give people meaning, its unintentional consequences have been the greatest force for human development the world has ever seen. By nearly all metrics, we are living better today than anyone else did 1,000 years ago, or even 100 years ago. The average person in poverty in America has a higher standard of living than the richest person in 1900. Now, when most people hear that, they think I'm a crazy person. But understand, the average person in poverty today has running water, running electricity, a refrigerator, an air conditioner, a working oven, a microwave, a car, some have 2 cars, a television, a supercomputer in their iPhone, the internet, washing machines, and contact with people on the opposite end of the globe in seconds. Things that the richest person alive back then couldn't even fathom would exist. By 2005, the typical American household, as defined by the US Department of Energy, had a car and air conditioning. For entertainment, the household had 2 color televisions, cable or satellite TV, a DVD player, and a VCR. If there were children, especially boys in the home, the family had a game system, such as an Xbox or a PlayStation. Other household conveniences included a clothes washer, clothes dryer, ceiling fans, a cordless phone, and a coffee maker. The home of the typical poor family was not overcrowded and was in good repair. In fact, the typical poor American has more living space than the average European. Oh yeah, sure, that super rich dude also had a car in 1900. But did it play music? Was there a radio in there? A CD player? A charging station? A rear view backup camera? How much safer is it to drive this car over that car? Does he have AC in there? Does this dude even have an aux cord? The most expensive car from 1980 isn't even as good as the cheapest car from 2005, purely with regards to the amenities inside of it. You know that the passenger side mirror used to be considered a luxury back in the 1960s? It used to be an optional addition to your car. But we don't like talking about this stuff in this country. This is stuff that you're not allowed to say. You're only allowed to say that things keep getting worse for everyone, to the point where some of you listening might actually be uttering the words to yourself right now. No, it can't be true. Things can't possibly be getting better for the average person in poverty in this country in 2020 compared to 1900. The rhetoric I hear around me all the time says otherwise. Everything has to be getting worse. I mean, even the United Nations has reported that the proportion of people living on less than $1.25 a day fell from 47% in 1990 to 22% in 2010, 5 years ahead of schedule. The percentage of undernourished people fell from 23.2% in 1992 to 14.9% in 2012. 700 million fewer people lived in extreme poverty conditions in 2010 than in 1990. From 1990 to 2013, over 1 billion people have been lifted out of poverty around the world. In 1820, 94% of the world's population lived in extreme poverty. In 1990, 34.8% did, and in 2015, just 9.6%. The world's poorest people are getting richer faster. Since its economic liberalization reforms in 1991, India's average income has increased by 7.5% per year. That means the average income has more than tripled over the last quarter century. As wealth increased, the poverty rate in India declined by almost 24%. A similar trend can be seen in Nigeria. Since the new millennium, gross domestic product per capita has increased by over 800%, from $270 to over $2,450. There is much work to be done, but this level of progress shows that even in the poorest countries, the speed of economic growth is encouraging. Even the societies that aren't adherent to a system of free enterprise or capitalism have benefited from the inventions of other capitalist nations. As an article in Human Progress notes about Africa, all of Africa has benefited from the technological advances that occurred in free, which is to say, capitalist countries. The airplane, an American invention, flies life-saving medicines into the deepest Congo. Synthetic insulin, a Canadian invention, saves lives in South Africa. The photocopier, another American discovery, is making it easy for poor kids to learn how to read in Angola. 87% of the world population in 1800 was illiterate. By 2016, that number was at 13.75%. 43% of all children born in 1800 would die within the first 5 years of their lives, compared to only 3.9% in 2017. 86% of people around the world are vaccinated against diphtheria, tetanus, and whooping cough now, compared to 0% in 1900. In 1966, average life expectancy was only 56 years. Today, it's 72. And contrary to popular belief that incomes are becoming a stagnating pit, you are receiving a larger portion of your income in the form of non-wage benefits, from retirement funds to healthcare benefits. And these have risen from 19% of non-wage benefits in 1951 to 44% of non-wage benefits in 2015. You gotta ask yourself, are people better off or worse off with these things? Is your quality of life better or worse with modern medicine, access to education, and all of the wonders of the technologies that we have today? Being able to live until you're 70? But more to the point, are these facts being reflected in the culture? Well, let's see. A Gapminder survey in 2013 found that 66% of people in America believe that extreme poverty has almost doubled over the last 20 years. 29% think it has stayed more or less the same. Only 5% correctly believe that it is almost halved. And even in Great Britain, 58% of Britons think that global poverty has increased, and 33% think it has stayed more or less the same. In a more recent Gapminder survey from 2018, when 12,000 people in 14 countries were asked if over the last 2 decades, the proportion of the world's population living in extreme poverty has A, almost doubled, B, stayed the same, or C, almost halved, 95% of Americans picked the wrong answer. The correct answer, of course, being C. You know why people have this perception? You know where these false beliefs are coming from? Our politicians, our academia, our media, and the lack of an honest public discourse. From people who should know better than to consistently push a false view of the world. This many people should not hold the beliefs they do on the state of poverty in the world, or in their own countries for that matter. Something is seriously wrong when a majority of your citizens do not understand the significant amount of material progress that has taken place in the world, in the last 40 years alone.
Well, I never thought it would come to this. But I guess we'll have to sell Grandma's Civil War doll.
Oh, Mom, are you sure you want to sell a family heirloom to pay the gas bill? I mean, what would your grandma say?
I'm sure she'd be proud that her descendants had piping hot tap water and plenty of warm, dry underwear.
That is so true.
And more than that, the people out there selling you this belief that the system is rigged against you and that you can't do anything to solve it, other than voting these people into positions of power, of course, that always helps. They are selling you helplessness and paranoia. When you're being sold the message that no matter what you do in life, that there is always someone, or something, or some systemic feature that will keep you down, despite living in a free society, what exactly is your incentive to do anything? What exactly is the incentive not to get angry or indulge in your tribal instincts? If this is the message that you're being peddled in your everyday life, then of course you're going to think that. Oh no, Bernie Sanders says something about the evil 1% that are stealing everyone's money? Yup, extreme poverty has gotten worse. Oh no, Donald Trump is saying that the mysterious class of globalists are the reason why my Ohio town is dying? Yup, the communists have arrived. I mean, these opinions are historically, factually, and statistically false. Things have never been better both materially and economically for people in this country and in the entire world than they are today. But this also brings us back around to what we've decided to trade off for the enormous material success that has come with modernity. Our social institutions. The intimacy of belonging with others and being needed by others. And as has been the common motif of this particular segment, when you have neglected your interactions with the rest of your community, when you simply do not belong to anything in civil society, the one thing you think you can belong to is the state. It is the one entity that has the power to enforce the homogenizing instinct of the people who feel as though they have been left behind and are alienated. It is the one place where people can think to themselves, finally, now I can get what I'm missing in my life. And this is the sentiment behind a video that was played at the 2012 Democratic National Convention, where the speaker says that government's the only thing we all belong to.
We are committed to all people. We do believe you can use government in a good way. Government's the only thing that we all belong to. We're together as a part of our city or our county or our state and our nation.
Or when Barack Obama, in his second inaugural address, proclaimed,
"For the American people can no more meet the demands of today's world by acting alone than American soldiers could have met the forces of fascism or communism with muskets and militias. No single person can train all the math and science teachers we'll need to equip our children for the future, or build the roads and networks and research labs that will bring new jobs and businesses to our shores. Now, more than ever, we must do these things together, as one nation and one people."
To which Jonah Goldberg makes the excellent point, look closely at what he is saying here. In his vision of America, there are only two actors on the national stage, the federal government and the individual. Forget mediating institutions, even stay in local governments, which, being closer to the ground, are better equipped to understand the challenges people face, don't enter the picture. And this is also why Yuval Levin writes in The Fractured Republic that this emaciated understanding of the life of our nation is precisely why the left is, for now, poorly equipped to help America adjust to 21st century realities. In Obama's view, and that of many other liberals, there seem to be no meaningful middle layers of society. Our only modes of action appear to be as a single person, or one nation and one people. It is a view that flattens the complex, evolved topography of social life and leaves us no way out of the corrosive feedback loop of individualism and centralization. But look at the images. Look at the community. Look how nice it seems. It looks so attractive. Me and the state together. I guess this is also the point where you could say that the right kind of marketing and propaganda can really serve to make the state an attractive community for people. Anyway, at this point, I would also have to pause and make the distinction between a modern-day liberal, someone more along the lines of an LBJ type, or Bill Maher, or Chuck Todd, or Mo Alithi, and a full-blown socialist or communist for that matter. I know others on the right won't really be this favorable to the left, but if you spend some time digging around in the intellectual history of the modern American liberal, it's really more of a distinction between how certain founding ideals and the tenets of liberalism originally understood are applied, as distinguished from the die-hard socialist or communist, who generally sees the Constitution as an all-around impediment to their will, or something worthy of moral disapprobation. But anyway, while Yuval Levin makes a statement on the overall left and its role in the middle layers of society, I would also argue that a large portion of the right is now poorly equipped as well, with what seems like a majority of Republicans and conservatives buying into the cult of personality around Donald Trump, the man who says that he alone can fix all our problems by using the power of the government, and what seems like many conservatives buying into the notion that we are only one election away from the gulags. Hence, many have justified to themselves behaving in a manner that is demagogic and disingenuous whenever talking about or to the left, which, for that matter, is just as prevalent on the left whenever one proclaims that everyone on the right is some kind of Nazi or whatever. But this also turns into a problem of trust. When one of your largest political constituencies, evangelical Christians, seemingly betrays everything they proclaimed to have believed 20 years ago with regards to the importance of personal character in a publicly elected official, with many now groveling over Trump as the savior, a twice divorced and persistent and unrepentant adulterer, and defending his personal flaws because he is apparently the last hope for the country, understand that from the outside, no one is actually going to take you seriously anymore. All people will see now is hypocrisy, and hypocrisy in service of political expediency, from the same group that once claimed that expediency in power politics was beneath them. And along with these tendencies on the mainstream right, we are still dealing with the alt-right, which seems to have evolved into their new form of alt-right 2.0. So they graduated from pure shitposting online to getting slightly more involved in public life while also shitposting online. Many of these guys are also comprised of the dropouts of society who have found tribal meaning in pretending to stand for conservatism, when in reality, all they want to do is shitpost and troll people online while promulgating their dreams of a white nation state. And they continue to be warmly welcomed by certain figures on the right. And the more that conservatives or Republicans associate themselves with this style of rhetoric and demagoguery, the less that people will want anything to do with them, and the more that they themselves see less use in actually engaging in persuasion or reasonable discussion with the other side. Again, this is also just as true on the left, where you have countless mainstream figures flirting with Antifa street gangs and anti-Semites, and many liberals literally having stopped being friends with people on the right because they simply voted for Trump. This kind of demagogic crap and motivated reasoning is all over the damn place. But while I generally think that social conservatives, like actual principled social conservatives, however many of those exist in today's America, are in a much better position because of their long-standing roots in civil society, the obscenity of Donald Trump and the atmosphere surrounding him is a major roadblock toward any effort at revitalizing mediating institutions, especially with any effort coming from the right as a whole. And the more that people on the right see their goal in life as owning the libs, the less they're actually contributing to revitalizing civil society or really doing anything useful. And I would argue that a majority of the Republican Party and facets of the modern conservative movement became totally corrupted in the lead up to the 2016 election, and we are still seeing that corruption in action. Maybe it'll go away with time, maybe not. And there's been a lot of writing out there talking about a fundamental shift in the parties taking place as we head into the new decade. But as with all populist movements, the only thing you can really count on to take away the fervor is time. But as it stands, our current president is not a champion of limited government and local sovereignty. If anything, he was elected to make the government more involved in daily life. But it's especially difficult to get any sort of productivity on this front when there are those in the conservative movement now who are attempting to justify the obscenity of Donald Trump and the promulgation of a kind of right-wing statism in order to enforce a kind of desired moral instruction from the federal government. You cannot use government force as a means for moral deliverance without violating the rules of neutrality as established in our Constitution and in the classical liberal tradition. If the government can become an instrument for moral deliverance for the right, then it can just as easily become a tool of moral deliverance for the left when they get in power. The only tool you have, the only one that you can really use in a free society, is persuasion. Persuading people with reason and debate, making an effort in your local community, encouraging the attachment to mediating institutions, practicing what you preach, and getting your argument out there in new and unique ways is the only tangible option that exists for changing hearts and minds, for changing the ideas that most dominate the culture. The more that people see all the solutions to their problems as being found in the state, the more that everything in between deteriorates. And this gets to the heart, more or less, of what people in national politics really want nowadays. There is no longer any real coherent ideology on how to use the government, or what purpose the government is supposed to serve, except for the use of power in the hands of the right people. In 2016, and for that matter 2020, none of the arguments coming from the leading candidates in the two major political parties involved the role of limited government, or the role of local governments and communities, or the role of civil society. It was all centered on who gets the discretion to use power. The will to power is now ultimately what lies at the heart of both Donald Trump and his Democratic opponents. And as the saying from Lord Acton goes, power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Instead of saying, hey, maybe the executive branch has become too powerful and we should take some of its power back because this is getting way too out of hand. No, the response from both parties is just, well, so long as my tribe has the power, I don't care, because I care more about their tribe having power, and they can't have power because they're evil. And this doesn't even begin to touch on the general disdain for pluralism these days. Making sincere, good faith arguments is not something that many in the mainstream want. We've lost our patience for persuasion, and we just want fascistic ultimatums of, if you're not part of the solution, then you're part of the problem. Oh, and lots of screaming. Is it any wonder why social media mobbing is an ever-growing method of communication? Is it any wonder that demagoguery is now championed as telling it how it is, and that it's used almost daily by our commander-in-chief and his political opponents? What the hell happened to statesmanship in this country? At the end of the day, this is what is really motivating people. Obtaining power to stick it to your political opponents is now the highest ideal. Power does not have a limiting principle. Power is not a good in and of itself. You can use power to put people in concentration camps, or you can use power to kill the people who want to put people in concentration camps. Power is amoral, and it has an incredible tendency to corrupt. It's why when John Adams was out of power and was looking to build the foundation for a free society, he was ardently pushing for the protections of the Bill of Rights. But then once he came into the power of the presidency, Alien and Sedition Acts. Once you get your hands on power, you feel total authority. Your horizons change. They become corrupted. You feel like you have the capacity to do whatever you want, because you can, and screw you for saying otherwise. It is corrupting. But also, as a general matter, it is important to understand that these political frustrations do not just come out of nowhere. And it would be a lot better if people in the mainstream could empathize with the legitimate concerns of people so that we do not end up in situations like this. So, in summation of this entire segment, the state cannot take the place of a proper institution of civil society. The state cannot take the place of people, of community. The state as a governing body does not operate under the same principles that your local food bank does, your town hall, your town fair, your church, your local festival. As Goldberg writes, the government cannot love you. People love people.
I love you.
You don't share a bond with government, you share a bond with people. You don't share a bond with the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. You share a bond with the guy who personally hands you a bowl of soup and whom you later talk about your life with, or the people you go around picking up trash with in your neighborhood, or the kids you coach on your baseball team, or the people you talk about ideas with in your book club and later go out to dinner with, and then go out to the park and bring your kids with, or the people in your high school history club throwing quippy remarks at each other. Those are real bonds. Those are bonds of actual belonging and meaning. Those are the places that tell you, hey, we need you. Please come back. Thank you for coming. Let's do this again. And as the country loses sight of this and becomes ever more invested in the discretion of federal power to provide them with a sense of community instead of their own neighborhoods, we are losing sight of what it means to live with people. We are losing sight of civil society. As my favorite passage in Suicide of the West goes, every ideological flavor of statist, from the Marxist left to the monarchist right, has argued for the last 300 years that the state must be given the power to cure the alienation of the market, bind the wounds of division, and act like a loving parent caring for its children. It does not work. But the more people believe it does, the more they turn their backs on the only thing that does: us. think hope is good in this situation. Obviously, hope is known to sustain people's lives when in desperate situations. They tested out the idea of hope on a couple of drowning rats, and what do you know? It works! So I think a bit of hope in our drowning situation is good too. There are days when my hope wanes, and wanes a lot, but I'm not quite at the point of despair. But regardless, despair is a sin, so don't do it. Now, I'm not a politician. I'm not anyone special. I'm just some random 21-year-old dirtbag on the internet who draws like a 5-year-old that people have deemed worthy of being listened to for some reason. And being listened to for hours and hours. Which I am grateful for, and if you made it this far into the video, hooray! But if you want some hardcore public policy solutions, I'm not the guy for that. Maybe some think tank papers can provide you with those, or some other books. You can also read all of the books I list in my sources. Those are all fantastic and help tremendously with this video. Also, those people are a lot smarter than me. Basically, most of my solutions come in the form of influencing the culture, finding ways to persuade people to do something, because that's really all I can offer at the end of the day. And in our society, there is no substitute for persuasion and arguments. At least here I can offer a solution for the time being. Public policy generally involves trade-offs over just solutions, so I'm sticking with culture for now. But effective persuasion can go a long way, and that's how we get things done in this country. There are people out there who are a lot smarter than me, and likely more sociable than me, who know how to go about organizing and facilitating these types of things in their own local communities. So at this point, you can either look to them, or get your friends together and maybe you can be the ones to do something in your community. The greater the fecundity for genuinely creative ideas with respect to reviving civil society, the better. I'm hoping that with the reach I have, I'll be able to persuade a couple hundred people out there. Or at least one person. That's about the extent of my skill set anyway. Now in my opinion, the decline of civil society is just one part of what I think is seriously afflicting America right now. If, after watching this video, you think so too, or are more convinced about the importance of civil society, then I've done my job here. If I've helped you understand that free markets and capitalism are indispensable to real economic growth, progress, and helping to make space available within civil society, then I've done my job here. If I've helped you understand how our liberal democratic system is one of the primary engines for facilitating the liberty to have institutions of civil society and do what we ought to do, then I've done my job here. And perhaps most importantly, if I've helped you understand how the family, our most basic unit of human organization, is absolutely crucial for forming and sustaining healthy human beings, for inculcating a sense of shared purpose, faith, and the development of a broader community civilized out of the tribal appetites of human nature, then I have done my job here. I guess now would also be a good time to cover my bases and say that while I did mention many times throughout this video that a lot of the problems we've been experiencing have been prevalent in the last half century, that also doesn't mean that the events of the last half century are the direct source of some of these problems. Some of these problems can go back centuries even, only just now materializing in their most obtrusive form. I think Eric Voegelin traced all of our problems back to Gnosticism, so... But anyway, here's where we have to decide what kind of culture and what kind of country we're looking to be. If the trend of the last half century has shown us anything, we're slowly becoming a culture that doesn't really bother with the founding virtues, or institutional dependence, or really even community building, over being a culture that demands constant entertainment, leisure, and ease. Charles Murray calls this the European view of life, where the purpose of life is to while away the time between birth and death as pleasantly as possible, and the purpose of government is to make it easy as possible to while away the time as pleasantly as possible. The European syndrome. Or, there is an alternative, and that alternative consists of all the virtues and principles that America was founded on, what made America exceptional. It's everything that I've been saying is slowly disappearing from a vast portion of American life. It's building strong, stable, and healthy families. It's revitalizing those mediating institutions which give people life and meaning. It's recommitting to civil society. The alternative to the Europe syndrome is to say that your life can have transcendent meaning if it is spent doing important things. Raising a family, supporting yourself, being a good friend and a good neighbor, learning what you can do well and then doing it as well as you possibly can. Providing the best possible framework for doing these things is what the American project is all about. When I say that the American project is in danger, that's the nature of the loss I have in mind. The loss of the framework through which people can best pursue happiness. If, after watching this video, you now feel more motivated to live out and promulgate what the true core of the American dream is, I implore you to take on that challenge. The difficult part now is actually getting people out there in their communities and doing things. And that requires both me and you. It requires the effort, will, and moral courage from all of us. And nothing happens unless we get up and start doing things. And in our current state, that's not going to be easy. Convincing those who are wrapped up in the feedback loop of polarizing and demagogic language, who see their others as being pure evil, and who rush to defend their own tribes and identities, is not going to be easy. Altering the public discourse in such a way that it is not just feeding off of our worst primordial instincts, or telling us what we want to hear and breaking down the nuance of real human experience, will not be easy. And some people just don't want to hear you convince them otherwise. We have a generation of young Americans that are more anxious, depressed, and meaningless than ever before. Giving them something to live for, when our society is dead in their souls, when all they've known is nihilism and the thrill of the immediate moment, will not be easy. But for starters, maybe you can reunite with old friends, form new friends, build new associations, maybe start a bowling league, start volunteering more, get more involved with your community, form a connection with your local church, do good things and do good things with other people, and let them know that they are needed. Develop your social capital, make that sacrifice for your community, and find your place in the vast realm of civil society. And I'm gonna leave off with a quote from Alexis de Tocqueville. Americans of all ages, all conditions, and all dispositions constantly form associations. They have not only commercial and manufacturing companies, in which all take part, but associations of 1,000 other kinds: religious, moral, serious, futile, general or restricted, enormous or diminutive. The Americans make associations to give entertainments, to found seminaries, to build inns, to construct churches, to diffuse books, to send missionaries to the Antipodes. In this manner, they found hospitals, prisons, and schools. If it is proposed to inculcate some truth or to foster some feeling by the encouragement of a great example, they form a society. Wherever at the head of some new undertaking you see the government in France, or a man of rank in England, in the United States you will be sure to find an association. As soon as several of the inhabitants of the United States have taken up an opinion or a feeling which they wish to promote in the world, they look out for mutual assistance, and as soon as they have found one another, they combine. From that moment, they are no longer isolated men, but a power seen from afar. If men are to remain civilized or to become so, the art of associating together must grow and improve. This has been Political Juice. Thanks for watching.